Is that gonna work? I believe that's gonna work. Okay, there we go. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I was getting tea ready. And I was yapping about music on Twitch chat, because I usually start Twitch before I start YouTube. But in any case, so I'm gonna work on my animation tools. So if you've seen some of my like math videos I have on YouTube, I've been making those with my own custom animation tools and vector graphics tools in Unity. And I've sort of been working on these tools on and off, but I haven't touched them for a long time. And I've sort of realized that part of what makes me hesitant to make more animations for videos like the splines video or the like Bezier curve video is that like I don't super enjoy the workflow of making those videos, because anytime I want to change any part of the animation, I have to recompile. And it sounds silly, but like if I want to adjust the duration of a single like transition, I want it to be like, instead of 0.12, I want it to be 0.125 just to make it feel a little bit better. And like doing those iterations, the compile times add up. And so I've been trying to figure out a way to maybe make the animations themselves not be code driven. So the animation setup would be interactive and visual, so that I can kind of just like tweak that in real time instead of having to recompile. So that's what I'm experimenting with right now. And I was just working on it, and I figured I could stream at the same time in case anyone is interested. So that is what I'm gonna do today. I guess I'm gonna see if anyone has any questions before I start. Oh yeah, someone asked about physics for game dev. So I haven't done a whole lot of physics. So I don't really know if I have good advice when it comes to that, unfortunately. I have considered making videos about rotation specifically, but it's not like it's not about like the full rigid body motion, like how to, from start to finish, how to make your own like collision system or whatever. So I don't have any plans of doing anything like that. But yeah. Oh wait, the person who asked that question went to bed. Okay, well, never mind me then. Never mind me. Why Unity rather than Godot? Because I started making this tool long before Godot was on my radar, and I have a huge amount of tools in Unity, and I have like more than a decade of experience in Unity. So it's just like, I'm just doing it because that's my comfort zone. And I'm sure there's way better places to do stuff like this. I see someone mentioned motion canvas. I think if someone wants to make like math animations from scratch, I think motion canvas is really good for doing that stuff. The only reason I'm not using motion canvas is because I like using my own tools, and I like using stuff in Unity. Unity is kind of like my what's it called? It's like my workshop. It's where I have all of my tools. I know how to do things. I know how to go from A to point B, or point A to point B, all of that stuff. I love that stuff. It's great. I have a lot of issues with Unity, the company, because they are up to weird stuff sometimes, to say the least. And so I'm not like attached to Unity for moral reasons. It's just for practical reasons, I guess. Didn't you start using Unity before Godot was a thing? Probably. I started using Unity with whatever Unity version was before 3.4, I think. I don't know when that was, but yeah. But Godot seems great. Like, I think it's great that Godot exists, and the fact that it puts pressure on Unity to not just like exploit monopolies, I think is great. At the very least, for that reason alone, I think is great, but it's also good for other reasons too, so. Unity 3.4 was in 2011? Yeah, so I guess shortly before then was when I started using Unity. Okay, all right. Godot is great, but it being great doesn't mean Unity is bad. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, like, Unity as a tool is really good. Like, even if I don't, there are decisions that leadership at Unity make sometimes that I think is horrible and garbage, but Unity, the tool, the actual application is extremely good. And like, I don't think I would ever say that the tool is not good just because like leadership at the company does bad decisions. So yeah, I mean, there's a reason that Unity became the like standard game engine, and that reason is because it is very good for making games. Not for making every type of game, but it is very good for beginners. It's very good for experienced people. It's very good for like any like small to mid-sized teams. Unity is really, really good. Okay, all right. Is that for Unity ECS animation or just for normal animation? It is. So my animation system has nothing to do with Unity's animation system. It is entirely separate from that. So I guess I can start switching over. Let me just make sure my screen is ready. Probably. I wouldn't call it extremely good. The bloat is becoming unmanageable. I mean, I personally haven't run into the bloat to the point where it's bothered me, so I don't entirely know what that would be. But I'm sure there's, I mean, you can always criticize stuff in Unity. Have Unity responded content-wise in any way to people switching to Godot? Not that I know of. They might have. I just don't know. What do you think about the modding aspect of Unity games? I think that's cool. I mean, I think mods are great. Modding is super cool. I think it's just nice that it makes things moddable. It's one of the positive aspects of Unity having a near monopoly on game engines is that like you can make one modding tool and then use it across multiple games. Haven't used Unity since 2018-ish. Did they ever actually change their input system? Yes. I forget when the input system they have now was released. But so far it's been fine. I think it's been good for me at least. I think that the biggest criticism with the new input system in Unity is probably that it's so the new input system is very much designed for like games you want to release to on multiple platforms, and it makes it kind of complex in a way where the old input system was a very much like a fire and forget, simple to use type of thing, but it didn't really scale super well to stuff like, oh, I want to support all of these different controllers and I want to have input mappings and input sets that swap out depending on the context in the game, and then I want to have rebinding support, and then I need to serialize that somehow. Like, you run into these issues whenever you want to release a game on a certain platform or multiple platforms. And with the old input system, they kind of didn't really have much support for that at all. So you had to like make it ad hoc for every single project, or use a third-party plugin for that, like Rewired, I think was the most common one. But then the new system is a lot more like designed to scale to those like multi-platform projects, for better or for worse. Okay, let me switch to my screen. Okay, I think this is the scene. This is it? I think this is it. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, so it's kind of rudimentary at the moment, the way that this is set up. I don't really have like a full proper animation or anything right now. So this is just a tiny test scene. So here's a cat. I got this cat from EndVertex, who made a very good YouTube video about 3D software and exploitative pricing. Very good video. Okay, so guess I should swap these. The original cat had a cigarette, but I didn't really want the cat to be smoking. That's not very healthy. Okay. So the way that stuff worked before was that all of my animations was like super code driven. I could just like show some like example code. Holy shit, my computer is extremely sluggish. What is happening? Can I tell Ryder to just like chill for a second? I'm gonna disable Roslyn analyzers. Maybe that's good. So the way that my previous stuff worked was that I had a function called something like do animation or seek animation, I think it was called. And then I had another one that was like draw, just draw. So I would do stuff like, for example, I would use like s.fade, I think. I forget if it's fade or anim. Anim or fade, these are like different. One of them is like an old system, and the other one is a new system. I've had like 5 different iterations of this. But it was something along the lines of like, okay, I want to animate a property called thing size to a value of, or across like 1.5 seconds, and I want to set the value to, actually I think duration should be first. And I want to set the value to like 3. I want the size to be 3. So it would be something like this, and then I could call weight on that. And then I could do multiple things here. Thing, position, lerp, other thing. And then this would be kind of how I set up all of my animations. And specifically, this is the animation system for my videos. This is not related to Half Edge or any of my other like public projects. So this is just my personal like animation system that I've used for my videos. So this was kind of how I set up the animations. So this is basically a sequence of do this and then wait until it's finished, and then do this, wait until it's finished, and so on. And then I could add like pauses if I want to like pause for like 2 seconds or whatever. And then drawing would be separate from that. So drawing would be reading from these. So it would be so like I would have a function called like get float. So it would be like draw dot what? Oh yeah, it's not called circle. It's called disk. There we go. So I would have like draw dot disk, and then I would maybe have some position, and then I would call get float, and then here I would pass in the string. And then I would just have a bunch of draw commands here. So these are not sequential. This would just like draw everything. Yeah, this is a very broad outline of how that animation system works. So what's annoying about this is that like, well, one, recompiling is annoying. I don't like having to recompile when I want to adjust an animation from 0.4 to 0.45 to just like see if that improved it or not. Like that's annoying. I don't want to have to like tab back and forth and iterate that. I want to be able to like drag something in real time to just test it immediately. So that was the problem. Performance was surprisingly not an issue at all. I thought it would be, but that worked fine. So that was fine, but yeah, I think it's mostly the iteration stuff. And then also, like I never really liked having to remember all of the different names for the things that I wanted to animate like this. And like I could set up fields, like I could have fields for all of these things, right? Like oh, maybe instead of doing that, I could have a thing size like that, and then I would maybe have a like the getter and then a setter for it for like. But this is also tedious. You don't want to do this all the time, right? Like that's annoying. And one of the other problems is that like you can make scriptable objects instead of fields. The problem with that though is that I don't want to tab back and forth and context switch too much. That was one of the other issues I had with this system, was that like working in code is one thing, but then when I want to have like objects in the hierarchy of the scene, like I want to be able to reference objects in the scene and be like, okay, so this object has a position, and then in my code, I want that position to be a target of some animation. Like that was sort of how I did it to like make it a little bit more interactive, but then remembering the names of things was annoying. And then also, it's also kind of annoying if like, okay, if I don't want to have to remember the names of things, I should make them fields so that I have like, so that I have fields for all the things, so that I can use like the code completion to like remember what variables I even have, which is fine for like a small number of things, but when my animations are like multiple like pages long and like this is what it starts looking like, then having to scroll all the way up to the variables and remember where I put them and like all of that stuff is kind of annoying. it just like it's not horrible. It works. Obviously I did this for the splines video, but at the end of that project, it was kind of horrible. And I didn't really set it up in a way where it was easy to just like take a chunk of animation and like move it out to a different place. It wasn't super easy to do that. And so, yeah, so I'm trying a new way of doing this. And so one of the things is exactly what Smug Rainbow Pony in chat mentioned, is that I want to make the animations something I can tweak in the editor. That's what I want to do. So I started working on that. So I kind of have in Unity now, there's kind of two timelines stacked on top of each other. So the one in the bottom here, so this has an animation for, so it's got a very like simple animation setup here. It's just like things appear and then it's animating that away to the side. So this is my old animation system, or rather it's kind of a hybrid between my new one and the old one, but it's using the old timeline down here. And the old timeline is just for visualization purposes. I cannot edit the animation here at all. So this is just so that I can get an overview of the animation. And so the goal with the new animation window, which is the one over here, the one that looks boring, is to try to make it so that this one is interactive. So like if like the first animation here for like revealing all the objects, like this is the reveal animation, right? So this reveal animation, I want to be able to change the duration of it, just like clicking and dragging to like resize the reveal here. I think that would be really nice, to like have that kind of interactivity. Yeah, so like adding that, and also support for adding pauses. So this animation for moving this over here, this one also has a pause where nothing happens for a bit. So this pause section should also be something that's supported in this editor here. So yeah, I'm sort of just like slowly trying to feel my way forward to see like how viable it is, if it's even going to be performant with many different animations. But we'll see what happens. So so one of the things I also changed with the that I changed with the new system is that I set up a kind of a new way of dealing with the drawing, where like more of the drawing stuff is also done in the editor. So right now I have this, I'm using the hierarchy in Unity. I'm using game objects for this now, because previously I was not using game objects at all. The only stuff I used game objects for was to get the location of things, to get like reference points and whatnot. But I'm now I'm kind of like hijacking the game object hierarchy and using that as my drawing hierarchy. So basically, so for example, the root object right now is just called drawer, but this one has a reveal parameter. And when I drag this reveal parameter, it not just reveals the object itself, it affects all of the child objects as well. And the reason this is really useful is that if I have multiple scenes, I have like, there we go. Let's say I have multiple things, and I want to fade out a whole group of objects. I don't want to have to individually fade out all of those objects individually, right? Because this whole thing has like, oh, we got the like gizmo marker there, right? Like that one has its own reveal parameter. But it's really nice if I can just kind of take the topmost objects and hide every single object in that hierarchy. So right now the reveal parameters kind of like cascade into each other, or like they multiply into each other. Kind of like setting the opacity of like a parent object. You want that opacity to affect all the children as well, and to kind of have all of those things stack with each other. So I've set up the reveal animations to also follow that same logic, which makes it a lot easier to do groups of objects that you can then not toggle, but like floating point toggle instead of Boolean toggle, I suppose. What happened to the 3D modeling program? Postponed? Question mark, question mark? No, I just haven't worked on it for a while. So here's something you need to know about me. I am one person and I have like 5 projects at once, and I jump between them all the time. And so if you expect me to spend all of my time on one of these projects, that almost never happens. So I usually jump between them and like unpredictably does work on things left and right, and it's very hard for me to promise when things are going to be done. So yeah, I'm just very erratic in the way that I work, for better or for worse. Mostly for worse. But Half-Edge is not postponed, no. I just haven't worked on it for a bit now. And this is one of those projects that I usually don't stream when I work on this. So this one is just, I've had this project for a very long time, and I worked on it on and off, and I just haven't streamed while I've been working on it. Okay. So that is the new drawing system. So the drawing system is still like code-based. So like each individual object is still using my own like vector graphics tool and the like immediate mode style drawing. So I'm just using the game objects to like organize and have a hierarchy of objects, and also just have like parameters I can tweak on all of these. So then the animation system then has to, well, I guess that is kind of the question of like, how should the animation system interface with all of these different objects? And I think I've gone a bit back and forth on this. So I haven't like fully decided yet. But when I'm testing the kind of naive way of doing it, it seems to work pretty well. And somehow my old animation system wasn't super slow, even though every frame of my old animation system, I ran through the entire animation system from start to finish. And somehow that was not slow, which I expected it to be. But maybe it would be in my new system if I design it in a different way. So I guess it's kind of hard to predict. But yeah, I think that the way that I set it up right now with the individual parameters is that on the left-hand side here, it's showing the same hierarchy that I have in the scene. So this is the same hierarchy for all of the different objects. So the idea is that you should be able to select which properties you want to add some animation to, and then it should appear and you can start tweaking it in here or delete them or whatever, right? Yeah, so this is just kind of a mirror of showing the same components here. Right now, I don't have any ways of selecting which property to animate. So right now, the properties that it's showing here, it's quite literally just sitting in a it's just sitting here in like a list of what I call moments. So it's like, oh, I can add a moment, and then I select a game object. So maybe we want to add this other grid, and we want to animate that over 3 seconds. And we want to animate the reveal of that grid or something. Then that is now added there. So now it's just kind of a simple list of animations. But yeah. So I haven't decided yet if I should maintain this like list of moments. I guess it depends on like how things are gonna work. Like once I, because like there's some advantages with code that you don't usually get with interfaces. So like one of the things I really like about code is that you can do this. You can just do that. You can just move a bunch of things somewhere else. And that's relatively hard if you have a list of serialized objects and you're like, I want to take the objects from this range and move it somewhere else, but like I don't have a way of like copying only specific like I don't know, like stuff like that is kind of nice that you can do in code, but any kind of interface you kind of lose that aspect. So I guess we'll see if I'm gonna change it down the line, but for now it'll probably just be a list. I have no plans of releasing this tool now. It's just my own chaotic mess. Okay. So there are, let's see, so one of the things that I have here so far is that these two different panels. I have the timeline and then I have all of the different objects. Oh wait, why did that not work? Okay, something seems a little bit broken. It could be because I modified the hierarchy, but I haven't set up a way to like refresh the timeline properly. I only very recently started working on this timeline, so it's very incomplete. Okay, now it seems like it might work. Yeah, there we go. So the way that it's working right now is that like if I have some animation here, so this is the animation for this like linear motion. If I collapse the parent, it's still gonna show, but it's basically showing that it has animations in its children, in its child objects, right? So that was something I just set up recently to make sure that like, I don't want to be able to hide stuff entirely. Maybe it's going to be too messy when it scales to like bigger animations, but I am making it like, I'm fading it based on like depth. So if it's super far away from the parent, it's going to be more transparent. But like this, even if I collapse to the topmost parent, like seeing what happens approximately, even if it's like going to overlap and look messy, that's what was useful about my old timeline, because I did just kind of show everything in one collapsed context. And it made it easy to just like jump somewhere and like test some animation over and over again to just like see what it looks like, right? You totally suckered me in with that YouTube thumbnail. I think it was a pretty good thumbnail. It's got a cat and there's animations. Like what's not to like about it, you know? Okay, so I think there's a few things we need to do. There's so much stuff that I haven't added to this, so it's kind of like I can just start wherever to try to make it work. Oh, I think the thing that I was working on last was that I wanted to have, oh yeah, I had left that unfinished. So in the old timeline, I can scrub the animation, right? Like I can seek through the whole animation. The new system doesn't have that, so I need to add that. That is important. So I just added a what's it called? Manipulator, so that I can like detect the pointer stuff, but I haven't like actually made it seek in the animation, and I don't have a visual for the time marker as well. So that's something that I need to add. Yeah, so I'm just gonna start doing that. That's what I'm gonna do. There's a super chat. Thank you for the $5, Marushia. I just wanted to say thanks for the excellent tutorials and assets over the years. Can't wait to try the 3D modeling tool you've been working on. Thank you. I am glad my stuff has been useful. I also can't wait to use the 3D modeling tool. I need it myself. So, like the moment I didn't have access to Maya anymore, I stopped doing 3D modeling because I just cannot afford it, which is kind of sad. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to having Half Edge soon as well, or soon is a strong word, but whenever it's ready. Okay. Let's see. So timeline scrubber manipulator. Oh, I should delete my example code. That's actually not used. Okay, so should that be a separate element? Or should I put that in the timeline scrubber manipulator? Am I allowed to put elements here? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll just make it a separate element. They have a tendency to grow over time, so I might as well. What's it called? Is it a play ahead? Or playhead? The little... I forget what the technical term is. Is it play ahead or play ahead? With an A. Okay, what do we need to reference here? I guess we need the timeline view. I guess I'll just call it view. All right, and then we need to have some kind of... It's a bit of a question of like what should be the ground truth for like where you are in the animation, because I had a whole thing for that before. Of like I had like animation playback object, but I'll just make a set time or something, or position at time. No, place at time. There we go, that's the one. Float time. Okay, so how would I set up these elements? I guess, can you have elements with 0 width in UI Toolkit? I'm guessing you can, right? So I figured this one should probably have some child objects for the actual like marker. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna try to mimic the old marker for now. So that means we need a like a dot visual. And then we need a line. And for the dot, I guess, how will we do the positioning? No, it's not position. What's it called? No, it should be position, right? Position dot, yeah, okay, so I want it to be absolute. And so we want that for the line as well. Add the line, add the dot. And the dot should have border. 1 white. Border radius. That should be half of the width, I suppose. I don't even know how big the old dot is. 6 for diameter, maybe? Okay, dot, dot, style, dot, width. Or no, wait, it should be the full. Radius, right. Diameter of 2. Okay, and then dot, dot, transform? No, it's called something else. Style transform? Yeah, translate. Can you make that a vector 2? Does it cast? Or vector 3? No. Do I have to do the weird style translate? Translate? I feel like there should probably be a shortcut for this. No? No? Okay. All right. Oh, XYZ. All right. So then I guess we need a radius because now we're starting to use this everywhere. And it should be negative. Oh, someone asked about like hotkeys for programming. I don't know if it's underused because someone asked for like underused hotkeys. One of my favorite ones is select next match. So like, I don't know, sometimes I need to select, like let's say, I mean, I actually used it just now. That's why I started thinking about this. So like, if I want to make both of these negative, one of the things I do is I double click the first one and then I press Control D, which is my select next match. It basically just adds the next similar string to my selection. And now I have multiple cursors here, right? And then I could just type negative to make both of them negative. And I use that a lot. And if I want to like, maybe I want to change the way that I reference this, maybe I have like another thing here, and like just doing that kind of stuff is super, super, super useful. Another one that's kind of similar is to clone your cursor down, which sometimes you don't need to because you can kind of use select next match for that. But like cloning the cursor down is kind of nice for certain things. So I do use that sometimes. another one that's kind of silly that I actually use like every now and then. I have a shortcut for toggling the case of stuff. So if I want to change all of these to uppercase, I have a hotkey for that. Because like idiomatically in C#, if you have a property, it should be uppercase. But if it's a field, it should not be, I think. Or at least the way that I set up my coding style. So sometimes if I change a bunch of fields to a property, I need to sometimes toggle the case for the first letter. So that's something I use occasionally as well. You said you used Maya. Is there a reason you don't use Blender, given that it's free and industry standard? Because Maya was industry standard when I started making games. Maya and 3ds Max. Okay. What was I doing? I got on a tangent. Oh, right, we were doing the styling. Yeah, okay, so I need to translate it, right. And then I need to make sure that, like, elements that go outside of this element, they have to be, visible. So, is it overflow? Yeah. Overflow dot visible. Okay, so then I guess this visual element, I'm thinking it's going to stretch all the way vertically and then be 1 pixel or like 0 pixels wide is what I'm thinking. So I guess that would be this dot style dot height equals, is there a % in style length? I wish this was, this feels a little bit, I wish this was a little bit more standardized. Because I feel like I'm always looking for where they put these shortcuts. And now we need to figure out if Unity means 100% should be 100 or if it should be 1. But I'm guessing, or is it, I don't know, is it 1 or is it 100? I'm guessing they want me to type 100 for this. Okay, I'm gonna start with a width of 1 pixel just to make sure that it works. Oh yeah, we also need to set the colors. Background color. And then same thing here for white. So now this, the playhead itself is gonna have a width of 1 now. Maybe I should actually keep that instead of having the line being a separate thing. Because it does need a width regardless, otherwise yeah, it feels wonky to just make it 0. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Have you looked into hot reloading packages for Unity? I have not. I've just heard a lot of people talk about them, but like, I think it's mostly because I've never had a huge issue with compilation times, and I've gotten the impression that like, you need to design your code around it for like you can't expect static variables to reset because there's no longer a reload, right? I think even Unity has like experimental support for that, but I forget exactly like what it was called. Wait, when was this changed to .1? Why did you rename it? Not okay, Ryder. Okay, so I guess, let's see, the timeline view overlay is where I want this to spawn for now. So this dot add playhead equals new playhead, and then timeline view. Okay. And Then I need to be able to move. Yeah, because we have this place at time function. Yeah, Unity has a built-in thing. I think at least. But it's but yeah, it does have the drawback that you need to design your code to never expect static variables to reset at the very least. What keyboard is this? I am using this one. Come on, camera. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Stop looking at my face. Stop doing eye detection. No? Okay, well, we're just gonna have a blurry keyboard. Really? Why? There we go. It's the Mistel Air 1. That's my keyboard. It is a it's a mechanical keyboard, but it's low profile. So it's very slim, and it does have it's like the Cherry ULP for the like ultra low profile switches. So it's like yeah. And I think it's the clicky ones, so they're kind of like the blue switches equivalent, but for the low profile ones. But they're not. I guess it depends on how hard you tap. I have a tendency to tap way harder than I need to. Yeah, Mistel Air 1 is the name of this keyboard. I love it. I used to use the Microsoft Surface keyboard, but I don't want a numpad and I don't want the F row, and this keyboard is like perfect for me. I really, really like this keyboard. It does have a wireless version, but I got it right before they made a Bluetooth variant, which I'm a little bit grumpy about because I did like being able to use it without a cable. But they do have it now, so there we go. That's the yeah, I really like laptop keyboards. I think that's I really like laptop keyboards, but like all the flat keyboards, the like chiclet style keys, they're all of those keyboards are kind of cheap and shitty. So this was kind of like the first time I found a keyboard that ticks almost every single box that I wanted for a keyboard. Does it have home and page keys? So it has a tiny extra row of stuff. So I don't know if you can see these keys here. So by default, it says home, page up, page down, but I've remapped all of these keys. Because I basically only use, so this I changed to delete. So I have delete, home, and end. Those are the three keys I have here. So I've just remapped these. Another thing I really, really like is that the caps lock key is a modifier key. So caps lock, like caps lock 2 is F2. Caps lock escape is tilde. Caps lock, 1 is F1, 2 is F2, 3 is F3, and so forth. So holding caps lock basically gives me the extra row that I'm missing on top. Which works great, because I never use caps lock. Caps lock is only ever in the way for me, so turning this into a modifier to get the F keys is perfect. I love it. It's so good. And this takes up so much less space on my desk, because I already have too much stuff on my desk. Sometimes I have a cat on my desk, and so I need the space. And I don't miss the numpad. I thought I would, but I actually don't miss it. I'm really glad I could just get that space back on my desk. It was nice for numbers though, but I never like type numbers that often, so. The biggest issue for me was that this keyboard was only available in, it was not available with like a Swedish keyboard layout. And I'd used a Swedish keyboard for most of my life. And so it's kind of, that's probably been the biggest adjustment to get used to the US keyboard layout. That's taken a while. I don't even know if I'm fully used to it yet. But I'm getting there. Like sometimes I need to look of like, oh wait, okay, where exactly is the dollar sign and the multiplication symbol or these things? And like one thing, so one of the things that threw me off the most between the Swedish layout and the US layout was that parentheses are off by 1. Like on the US layout, they're at 9 and 0, but on Swedish layout, they're at 8 and 9. And it's such a subtle difference. So like getting used to that, that was rough. Because if it's like a completely different key, it's relatively easy to get used to it because it's so different that you're kind of forcing yourself to get used to it. But yeah, that one is annoying. The other one is that plus and minus, so like, oh my god, plus and minus are next to each other on the US layout, which makes sense. But they are not on the Swedish layout. On the Swedish layout, plus is at the top and minus is like at the bottom next to shift, where like division is for on the US layout. And the way that plus and minus and equals and all of those keys have swapped was also like very subtle, because it's also switched which one you hold shift for and which one you don't hold shift for. That was also like a very tricky thing to get used to. But I think most of the other stuff, I think I've gotten used to pretty well at this point. I guess a Swedish layout might treat minus more like a hyphen. Yeah, exactly. It's not super math oriented. Yeah. Yeah, like so for example, here's like a typical localization issue that people might not think about. For like if you're in Photoshop and you want to zoom in or zoom out, that's bound to plus and minus, right? Control plus, control minus. That makes sense on the US layout because plus and minus on the US layout are right next to each other. And they're like, it just makes sense that they're next to each other. You have the positive and the negative, right? But on the Swedish layout, they're not next to each other. They feel like entirely different motions on the keyboard. And it's sort of similar with like the less than and greater than. These two are on the same key on the Swedish layout. One of them is like a neutral and one of them you hold shift for. But on the US layout, they're next to each other. And so when they're next to each other, I think these are used for like navigating the timeline in YouTube, because one of them is pointing to the one side and one of them is pointing to the other side, right? Which is great for like, it makes sense because you have a thing pointing to the left and a thing pointing to the right. But if they're on the same key on the Swedish layout, it feels awkward to use because they're not positioned the way that you spatially like conceptualize time in a YouTube video. If you want to like skip ahead or skip backwards, right? Yeah, and the like curly brackets and stuff for the Swedish keyboard is they're not ideal, to say the least. I think it was either like Control Alt 7 and Control Alt 0, I think, for the curly brackets. I forget exactly. But yeah, on the US layout, they're right next to each other. Holy shit. Okay, Jesus. What writer? Why did you have to use my entire CPU for that? I don't know why. Like after I updated writer, I had these like massive performance issues. Like I didn't have this issue like a few months ago. It's really annoying. Have you worked on any games recently? I mainly know you for math and tooling stuff. I did some freelance work for the Spiderling, the people who made the Besiege game. I don't know if anyone plays Besiege. it was big back in the day. Maybe it's still big actually. But yes, I've done some freelance work for them recently. I forget how announced stuff is. I should probably know this. Oh yeah, I also have this issue in the newer version of Writer. This is annoying. I don't like this. Why does Writer tell me that this comparison can be simplified? When I'm like, okay, inspection, configure severity, do not show. But it's still there. It's still there. Why? Why? I can't get rid of this. I just stop showing green. I am typing this intentionally. This is a choice I'm making. Like stop yelling at me. Ugh. But I reported this to the Writer team and they reproduced it as well. So it's not just me at least. So it's not just on my end. What do you prefer, Writer or Visual Studio? It's just very good for Unity and C#. Maybe Visual Studio has caught up at this point. I'm not sure. But like for anything like shader programming and Unity, Writer has always been like super, super good. Hello, Rocket Launcher. Okay. I went off on a tangent again. What was I doing? Let's see, height, 100%. Positioning of this object should also be, should be absolute, I think. Oh, okay. We're not suggesting there, I guess. There we go. Are you using 6.3 for Unity? I probably could in this project. I just haven't upgraded, so I'm still on Unity 6 for this one. Or 6.0. Okay. All right, so I think styling wise, I guess we are, actually we should set the position just as a test to make sure that the styling works. I guess left is the X position and length percent 50%? I don't know. How do you feel about the changes made from 2022 to 6? Which ones in particular? It's visible. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that line. We made a vertical line. It's even got the dot at the top. It is very tiny, but it's there. Cool. Okay. We need to improve it. The diameter is too small. Let's go for 10. Let's see. That feels like it's probably too big, but we can correct it later. Overall workflow improvements, menu changes. I feel like it's been an upgrade for the most part. I think it's been good. I haven't had a big issue with it. Okay, I do kind of want the circle to like poke out because now it's kind of cut off by the whole window. But I guess it's because I haven't added the like top bar of buttons and whatnot. So I guess that would be visible, but not yet. Actually, I guess eventually I'm gonna add some kind of like tick marks and whatnot for this to like, or I guess I didn't have that in my old one. I guess I don't super need it even in the new one. But let's maybe add that tiny bit of buffer above anyway, I think. So that should sit outside of Let's see. Right, now it's just in the root. By tick marks, do you mean like markers? Oh yeah, I've heard that tick mark is the wrong word for this, because tick marks is like when you tick a box. But these like, I don't even know what it's called. Is it called tick marks? I'm just punching my monitor right now because I'm flailing around. Like, I don't know, if you have an axis, and then you have like markers. One-dimensional grid markers. Or no, they are called ticks, right? Like you would have, like these would be your major ticks, these are minor ticks. Are they called ticks? Are they called something else? These things, little dots. Okay, so right now I need to restructure this a little bit because we've got the hierarchy on one side, and then we got the timeline with all the bars, and then I have the marker that should show up poking above like this, but it's getting cut off, so I'm just gonna add a little element above here so that we have some space for probably putting some buttons there, maybe maybe showing the current time or something like that. We'll see where it goes. But right now I just have the lower part. So we need another element, which is gonna be the, I don't know, lower timeline section. New visual element, and that's the one that should have the row flex direction. Add that to the root. Actually, that could be in there as well. And then that should get added there. Okay, I think that's it. And then we want to set the height of this one to something not too big. I don't know, 24. That should be enough room. And we want to make it not grow. And then we want the lower timeline section itself. Or no, wait, hold on. I'm doing this the wrong way. We need another visual element. This is the, I don't know, above a timeline bar. This is a thing that's supposed to have a fixed height and not grow. But this one should. I forget what the default value is, but I'm just gonna set it anyway. Okay, so we got the lower section and we need to add the timeline bar. Okay. I think that's it. That should give us the top bar so that we can see the little circle. This is not part of half edge, no. Wow, look at that. Look at that tiny dot. Isn't that amazing? You know, I feel like that one shouldn't grow. Why is it growing? Oh, maybe it's not, actually. Hold on. It could be that... Oh, wait. Shouldn't this one flex grow? Or... Time to grab the debugger, UI toolkit, debugger, pick element. Okay, why did you grow? Oh, maybe flex basis is too big. But you shouldn't grow. Why are you growing? Grow 1? What? Wait, did I set that on the wrong element? Oh, yes. My bad. Is the dot centered though? I think it's impossible to center it because the circle is an even width, but the line is an odd width. So I feel like the like vertical line has to be 2 pixels wide. Actually, maybe I can do. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, let's say these are pixels. If we want to draw a line, kind of has to be the width of a whole ass pixel. But if I want the time to be here, there's a choice with either drawing it here, or drawing it here, or making one that's just very wide, so it's always centered on those 2 pixels, right? Like that's another option. But, okay, hear me out. What if? This is very stupid. You know how LCD screens are made of RGB? So what if we make use of subpixels here in order to center the line? So we could make a centered line if we just like pick strategically, like this should probably have a large amount of red and a little bit of green and 0 blue. And this one should probably have a lot of blue, probably a tiny bit of green. Basically so that the 2 greens kind of add up to make the whole thing look sort of white. So if we make 2 separate lines where we have this color for the right line and this color for the left line, it should sort of look like a centered white line on my machine. Maybe not even on stream. I don't even know how it's going to be encoded. So aren't subpixels organized differently on different types of screens? Yes, but this tool is for me and me only. So if it works on my machine, it works everywhere. But I probably shouldn't get bogged down in trying to do that. So I'll just leave it at 1 pixel wide. Okay. It does kind of bother me though that the circle is not centered. So I guess I'll make the circle use an odd number of pixels. Not using USS? Not for this project, no. I am for half edge, yeah. Isn't that technically how subpixel rendering works? If you position X at 0.5? Yes, but Unity's UI does not use subpixel rendering. It's relatively rare to use subpixel rendering. There's even been like, I know that Chrome has like at some point considered ditching support for subpixel rendering, because like there's kind of this like will they won't they type of thing of like either we're going to start doing advanced anti-aliasing techniques, or we're just going to increase the resolution of our monitors. And it seems like the increased resolution path is more common. So I don't know. Okay, where did I put the circle width? Oh, here. Okay, I guess I'll try to put it at 11 just to see if this gets centered. You know, I can't even tell. Actually, I don't even know if I should translate by... Should I round this down to make it work? Wait, but it looks kind of centered now. Wait, it was actually fine. It was fine. Why did I change it? I think this is fine. This looks good. I don't know what I'm complaining about. Or is it? Oh my god. It's not fine. Jesus, holy filtering. Do not do that. Yeah, that's not. This is horrendous. Okay, you know what? We're making the line 2 pixels wide. Which means style translate needs to offset by the width here over 2. Wait, I have an error? What did I do? Excuse me? Oh, because that's, what? You know what? We're hard coding this. I'm just gonna type 1. That's right. Okay, that looks better. It's very thick now though, which I don't like, but... Look at that. That right there is a centered line. Beautiful. Why don't they use Unity's built-in playhead sprite? Because I didn't want to. I didn't feel like it, I guess. You know, I feel like the outline of the dot is a little thin now. Maybe that's okay. Kind of feel like I should increase the weight of that one, because these are kind of supposed to be attached together and feel like one object. But now it looks kind of small. So maybe I need to bump this up a little bit. Love your math videos. Thank you. I am glad you like them. Okay, that's a huge dot though. This feels, you know, 1.5. We're doing fractional pixels now. And then I'm gonna add the actual functionality, I promise. Oh, they don't do fractional borders? Rude and illegal. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Sorry, I'll stop tweaking this. I need to add the actual functionality so that I can scrub the timeline. Okay, yeah, you are also correct that I should reduce the color a little bit because it's very intense right now. I could also make the left half have a different color from the right half. Give it some fake shading or something. Okay, that's a little bit too transparent, I think. Okay. That is good enough for now. Okay, now for the actual moving it around. So That means we need to call this function place at time, and question is, where do we put that? I guess I should implement this one first. So what does it look like when this is at 0 actually? Like, can we still see the line when it's at the start? Yes, okay, that's good. And what about the end? I'm guessing the line is not going to be visible at the end because I'm guessing it's left aligned. Yeah. So we probably want this dot style dot translate. Do the same thing here. I'm gonna move it to the left 1 pixel. Okay, I'm getting anxiety over not putting this code here, so there we go. Wait, why are you upset? Possible loss of fraction. Exactly how is this a possible loss of fraction? This is a const. But it was not a possible loss of fraction here, but it is here? What? This should just be an integer div. Why? Okay. I don't get why that's showing up down here, but not up here. I feel like they're the same thing. Or is it just because there's a float? I guess? Okay. Wonky. Super wonky. Okay, now it's visible all the way to the left, or to the right. What about all the way to the left? Still visible. Okay. Cool. Then I believe we are ready to do the placement. So I think all we need to do is set the left position to view dot you know what? We don't even need percentages for this. We can just do view dot time to pixel, and then we pass time into it. That's it. I don't think we need to do anything other than that. So now the question is, where do we call this function? And also, where do we store the current time? If we divide by 2f, it won't complain, so then you're basically being explicit about there being float stuff going on. But line width is not a float. Line width is an integer. So like line width over 2 should never have any loss of fraction, right? So like, I feel like this one, I don't know, it's confusing. Like, I feel like that this stuff within the parentheses here should not have a warning because there's no float involved here at all. But then this one is fine somehow. I don't know, I don't get it. It's weird. Maybe if you divide by 2f. Yeah, but then it's like I'm explicitly converting it to, isn't it the dot radius doing it? No, it's like whatever. I mean, yeah, but why? Why does that add the warning about it here in a way where it doesn't happen here? What if I just typecast? Eh? What? Why? Why are these two different? Why are these two different? I don't get it. Am I stupid? Am I missing something? What if we cast to an integer and then we cast to a float? There we go. We did it. Point 0.5f, but I don't want to convert it to a float. I mean, it is going to get converted eventually, right? Okay, I don't know if this is intentional. This feels like a bug to me. Because like this, or actually does translate have an overload with integers? Maybe translate has an overload with integers. Maybe that's it. Or like length can get does it have like an implicit? Okay, so that's float to length. No, it is only float to length. It looks like. That's kind of weird to me. Hold on, let me okay, so if I do that, okay. I'm just curious at this point. Huh. It's a little weird to me that possible loss of fraction is only a warning for floats. I feel like that, shouldn't that be there for integers as well? Because you would lose the fraction regardless. Like if line width was odd, right? What it's complaining about is say you're doing an integer division, so if your line width gets changed to 5, you're getting 2 instead of 2.5f. Yes. But why is it only that happens regardless of whether the end result is an integer or a float? So like, why is it not warning here when the exact same thing can happen in both of these cases? I don't get that. But int can't have a fraction. Yeah, the warning is for when you want to float but forgot to cast it before the division. Right, it's trying to like infer intent. Okay. Okay, yeah, I can sort of get that. Still kind of confusing though. Because like the loss of fraction happens here too, but I'm guessing the warning is there just like because it's more common to have that issue when you're dealing with floats, I suppose. Kind of forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was doing the offset. I think this was the correct line. It could also be that there is a warning for that for integers as well, but I turned it off. That wouldn't surprise me. Oh, another hotkey that I use when programming. Delete line. Extremely useful. For some reason, the default hotkey for stuff like that is usually cut. But cut messes with your clipboard, and I usually don't want that to happen, so delete line is a really nice hotkey to have, just for like simple like cleanup stuff like this. I think it's useful to have. Also duplicate line, I also use quite a lot. So duplicate line, super useful. And like I mentioned before, select next match, so you can like refactor things in line. Okay, this one I should move to its own type. Move line is also nice. Yes, move line I also have. So I have that to alt up and down arrow keys. It also works with multiple lines selected, which is kind of nice. Okay. What is this using? Bye. All right. So now I need to hook into the callback to move the playhead. So I need to call the place at time function. So wherever we're creating this, so that's in the view overlay. So we got the scrubber. So where do I store the ground truth? I feel like it should be in the playhead itself. At least for now, I think. Actually, I guess it depends on the, let's see, timeline playback is the one I used before. That one usually had the ground truth for time. Where did I... Okay, who's responsible for this? It's probably in the old timeline. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess the question is like, do I make a new timeline playback or do I hijack the old one and then like branch to support both the old and the new? That doesn't sound very nice. That sounds gross. You know what? I'm gonna put time in this one for now. Or I usually call it seek time. But I should just call it time. It's the canonical time. Do you have a key to move it a whole section, like move a function past another function? No. I think I was experimenting with that at some point, but I remember I had some issues with it where it like kept messing up. Like if I had a comment before the thing, it would sometimes not carry it in, like correctly. One thing that I do have though, which I think is super nice, if I have like multiple parameters like this, I have a hotkey for moving parameters. Which is really, really nice when you're doing like simple refactoring stuff. And you want to grab this parameter and move it. That's really nice. I believe it also works for arithmetic. So yeah, so like swapping these two around. And also for calling functions and stuff like that. It's kind of useful. I like that. Gonna head out. All right, Marussia, see you later, and thanks for the dono. Is this part of Half Edge? Nope, this is my own animation tools. Okay, so I guess this should actually be private. Actually, should I put data in the visual element? Because they're not persistent, are they? Because that gets tossed on assembly reload, so time should not live in here. I think. Actually, are they tossed on assembly reload? I think they are, right? Well, it doesn't matter for now. I can just change that later. So then it's no longer a parameter here, I guess, or rather it should be private. No, not statics, but instance fields. Like if you have a visual element, but Unity reconstructs the visual elements on assembly reload, right? So any instance fields will also be reset, I think. Gets thrown out not only on assembly reload, but also when you reselect the editor. Oh, when you reselect the editor? Like just focusing it? Oh, the game object. It's an editor window in this case. So it would be more persistent than inspectors, right? What? I want my expression bodies. Come on. Hello, is bevel tool fully working? I'm not working on half edge right now, but I got pretty far on the bevel tool. I think I'm close to done with it. Well, I probably shouldn't say that, but I haven't worked on it since last time, so it's been a while. Right now, I'm working on my animation tools for my videos, so this is unrelated to half edge. Editor windows persist some things fast assembly reload, but those rules are wonky and strange. Yeah, I think the editor window itself, you can sort of treat it as a Unity engine.object, where you can like have serialized fields in the editor window. But I forget exactly like how you should persist stuff there properly if you want to have like more complicated data structures. Okay, so now this one has a time thing. We still haven't done the actual setting of the time when you manipulate it. So we have the scrubber. The scrubber should probably be aware of the playhead. So I guess we're just gonna pass it in there. Do you have plans for a new math video? If so, what'll it be about? I have 2 math videos that I really want to make. Well, I have more than 2, way more than 2, but there's 2 of them that's kind of close to where I know what I want to do, and that's the thing I'm planning on doing next. One of them is about rotations. Kind of like the talk that I did at the Nordic Game Jam, but in video form, and also elaborating a lot more on the quaternions, because I didn't really get all the way where I wanted with the quaternions. So like a video that basically takes you from start to finish for rotations, all the way from like 2D Euler angles, also known as angles, all the way from angles to quaternions. I think that would be super cool. I really want to do that. Another one is I want to talk about the up vector. I think the up vector is an interesting topic. Not just like what it means, but also what up vectors different engines are using. Because I think it's kind of interesting to like, because I don't have access to all the game engines, right? But it is possible to figure out like what up vectors certain game engines are using. And just kind of like more broadly talk about like in what ways it matters and which ways it doesn't really matter. And also handedness for left-handed and right-handed coordinate systems. I think it would be cool to like kind of have an overview of like, you know, what is the up direction in your favorite game? Like, who knows? It would be kind of interesting to like do a little survey to like kind of like grab all the different engines and like put them into these like 4 different categories, because it's pretty much just like, I think it's pretty much going to fall into 4 categories. I highly doubt someone is going to do X up, but yeah. Start of the video. Hey everyone, what's up? Well, it's not that simple. Exactly. I've been trying to figure out about that, like trying to do that pun of the intro. But it's hard to like, because you want to make it like subversive. You want to make it sound natural in both directions, but still making the subversiveness there. But it's kind of hard to like figure out a good delivery. Like, hey, what's up, everybody? And that is the question for today. It's like it's a little bit too jarring to make that jump, but or maybe it works. I don't know. Are you making new stuff? I am modifying old stuff. I remember when you showed the graphic of handedness and up vectors of tools in the Quaternion talk. Yeah, I honestly like doing talks like in real life and gauging the way that people react to it is super, super, super useful. Like it's like, I don't know, when I'm streaming, I of course see what people say in chat, but it's like I'm never seeing like vague smiles or when a joke never lands at all. Like, but when I do stuff in real life, it's really interesting. Like my intuitions about what I think is funny is not always aligned with what other people think is funny. So it's a good like calibration thing. And especially when it comes to like what resonates with people and what doesn't resonate. Like maybe I'm gonna say like this thing is so interesting. Everybody's just like, I don't know. And then I show something that to me is super boring and obvious. And then people find that super interesting. Like it's a really kind of throws me off because it's so easy to assume that like everybody has the same perspective as you. Whoop. Okay. So I guess does on pointer move get called in on pointer down? I'm guessing not. It's probably going to be down and then nothing happens. But I probably wanted to also position the playhead even in on pointer down. Yeah. Right, that's going to be the pixel position. I guess local pixel position specifically. Also left and right-handed spaces. Yeah, and I think that's I think it's kind of cool that left-handed and right-handed coordinates. Like, I kid you not, one of the reasons I wanted to make half edge is because I wanted to find out where does that live? Like, where is handedness? Because it's like punching clouds type of situation. Because if you try to be like, okay, well, handedness lives in the cross product. Because when you do the cross product, it's either going to point in one direction or the other direction, right? So that's a way you can find out if it's left-handed or right-handed. The math for the cross product looks exactly the same, regardless of whether it's left-handed or right-handed. And so that's not where handedness lives. Like that's just not where it is. And so then I'm like, okay, but hold on. If all the math is exactly the same, like how far do we have to dig to find where that flip happens? Like where you decide if it's left-handed or right-handed? And I think it honestly, I think it comes down to all the way down to the projection matrix. I think that's it. Like, I think it is purely a visual phenomena. So I don't think it actually lives in like the logic anywhere. Apart from where you're like, you make assumptions about what left and right means, right? Is the question like math-wise? No. Like technically, like where in a game engine would it live? So like theoretically, if you had a game engine where you could switch handedness, where would you implement that switch, basically? And don't ask Unreal. Unreal Engine let's not talk about Unreal. They did some shenanigans recently, and I haven't dared to look into it yet. Yum, 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 yum. I guess, let's see, view. Okay, I'm basically doing pixel to time, and then I'm converting from time to pixel in the playhead. But it makes sense. If playhead is going to be responsible for also setting the time, it makes sense to do this conversion twice, or like back and forth like this. It's okay. Okay, don't blame me for writing code like this. What? Oh. Okay, yeah, that's gonna make this line a little bit too confusing. Okay, so that's in on pointer down, move. We don't need it in pointer up, I assume. Like anytime you do pointer up, like can you get a pointer up event in a location you didn't get a move event to? I'm guessing not. Okay, do I need to call repaint on the element, or does it repaint automatically? Null reference exception. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm guessing it's the view, or no, it's the playhead? Oh yeah, because I create it here. That makes sense? Holy shit, look at that. Look at that line. It goes too far. Just ignore the fact that it goes too far. If we ignore that, it's perfect. We can move it. Okay. Maybe I should clamp some values somewhere. Pixel to time clamped is probably a good idea. Although, yes, actually, yeah, that should clamp to the current views range, not the full range of the whole thing. Because down the line, I'm probably gonna make it so that the view of the timeline is not the whole animation from start to finish. It's gonna be like a subset of it. But this is gonna clamp to the subset of the view, which is good. My old animation system had 2 different views. It had one full view and one like shrunk view that's like close to the actual place you're editing. Hello Freya, I missed you. I want to tell you that I started watching you since I was college, and now I'm working as a game dev for 3 years. Thank you for being one of my inspirations. Hell yeah, I am glad I've been inspiring. Hope things are going okay. What with all the layoffs and everything. That discussion made me realize handedness is quite literally a matter of perspective. Yeah. And it's really interesting that like so this is something I've been trying to wrap my head around. So speaking of like, whenever you talk about stuff in real life, you kind of notice what people resonate with and what they don't resonate with. And one of them is that like, when I talk about handedness, like quite often, I usually do something like this, where I'm like, okay, so you have a left-handed coordinate system. In this case, is y up. And then you have a right-handed coordinate system. I like kind of present these and be like, oh, these are the two different like coordinate systems you can use, and they have different handedness. And a lot of people are just like, oh, but they look the same, or like, what do you mean they're different? Which is kind of unexpected to me. And I think it's so I've been trying to think of like, okay, if I were to make a video about this, I need to make that connection like extremely clear. I think the best way to do it is to kind of like put them like right next to each other, so you kind of have them like back to back, because then you can see that like the right-handed one literally cannot align with the left-handed one. So now this is the left-handed one and this is the right-handed one in the background. I think this would get it across much better, like if I align them like that. So like no matter how much you rotate them, they're never going to line up, all the three different axes. Can you speak more about layoffs in the USA? I don't know that much about it. I just know that the entire game dev industry has had a lot of layoffs in general. I think it had a lot to do with COVID, because the entire games industry got a huge like wave of many new players and a ton of new investment because of that. And then, shocker, all of those new players didn't really stick around, and then all of a sudden a lot of companies have to downsize, and there were a ton of layoffs there. It's also non-trivial to see the vectors are perpendicular in 3D and to see that X and Z are pointing towards you. Yeah, I guess it could be that perspective stuff, but that's usually helped by just like having some extra context, like, I don't know, having a grid and stuff like that can usually help with that perspective, as long as you toss that stuff in. And also if it's like animated with a perspective camera rather than drawn, I think that also helps, because drawing perspective is a little trickier. Okay, does it clamp now? It does. I think the canonical example of rendering a hand in those and trying to overlap those hands would help. Yeah, because that's usually what I do in person. But it's like when you do the thing in person with your hands, it's like you have your axes, but it's like, oh, it's a little awkward to like cross your cross your hands like this. But I guess it is possible. Although I didn't tell him though, but Grant, in his video, he stepped into my territory of talking about game development and splines, and he got the order of the fingers wrong when he talked about right-handedness. Everybody gets this wrong. Grant Sanderson, the 3 Blue 1 Brown, the YouTube channel. He got it wrong. I mean, nobody has said that there is a correct way of doing it, but I have now, and he should have known ahead of time. The thumb is obviously the x-axis, the index finger is the y-axis, and the middle finger is the z-axis. Anything else is heresy. And you can say, oh, but it's uncomfortable, and then that's your problem. That's not my problem, okay? You always start with the thumb. That's the first finger on your hands. That's it. The thumb is the first one, X is the first one, red is the first one, index finger is Y, green is Y, and then Z is middle finger. The third one is always blue, that's Z, that's the order. I don't make the rules, but that's the order. Those are the rules. Thumb is Y, well, that is not my problem, okay? Because that's not the order of your fingers. You need to stop using thumb for Y, okay? A bunch of Unreal developers in chat. Jesus Christ. That's how my teacher showed us in physics and math class. Yep, well, they probably did that because it's comfortable to hold it that way. But that's incorrect. Would it help to talk about how the ordering of the unit vectors, like how a right-oriented system is XYZ and a left is XZY? No, that would add way more confusion. Like X is always the first one, Y is always the second one, and Z is always the third one. Breaking that rule, which I think Unreal might have done with their recent refactor, I think that is not good. that I think is now you're adding, it's the case of like adding another standard and another like permutation that we need to deal with. And it's also like really unfortunate in general that like left-handed coordinate systems are extremely rare. It just so happens that the two biggest game engines both happen to use a left-handed coordinate system. And so like for some reason, like specifically game developers have used left-handed coordinate systems probably more than anyone else in the entire world. Like there's no other field that's using left-handed coordinate systems more than game developers, I think. Probably because like, oh, when these game engines started, it was like some guy set it up and it's just been like that since that one guy set it up that way. And here we are. Tens of thousands of people using the left-handed coordinate system in games. OpenGL is the cause of left-handed? I don't think OpenGL or DirectX have opinions about left-handed or right-handed. I'm pretty sure they're agnostic. Feel free to link me something to prove me wrong, but last time I looked into it, I couldn't find anything that made assumptions about handedness. Apart from the fact that most of everybody uses right-handed coordinate systems, but... Is there a historic reason for the game engines to use that? I mean, I think it's just like, that's what they chose, and it seemed nice. So I think in most cases that's I don't think it's a like really thought out reason beyond that. Like, oh, it felt nice to have this be the up direction, and I want this to be the forward direction, and then I want this to be the right or left direction. I think my guess is that both Unity and Unreal started out that way, or they wanted to align with the rendering ones. I don't know, but then that can't be the case for Unity, because Unity is right-handed in shaders but left-handed CPU side. So I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, it's funky. OpenGL uses a left-handed coordinate system and normalized device coordinates. Okay. But isn't that, like, what would be the... Because doesn't that just tie into, like, what you mean by depth and how you interpret the Z position? Right? And either of those you could make either left-handed or right-handed, I think. Or no, maybe you do need a flip somewhere, because they have to have some canonical, or no, yeah, it would be down to interpretation on, because like, if like both OpenGL and DirectX and whatever rendering platform you're using, like, even if they say that like screen space right is in this direction, that's X, and then we have screen space down is Y, that doesn't enforce handedness. It's not enough to just have X and Y. You need Z as well in order to say that this is a handedness. But then the direction of Z, isn't that just up to interpretation for like what you mean by increasing or decreasing Z? And I don't know if there's an actual, like, they might recommend a specific handedness, and they might have tutorials that say like, oh, this is how we usually do it. but I don't think there's anything that's like enforcing it, right? Z pointing away from you rather than towards you feels a bit more natural visualizing it, I think. Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but that's just my Unity brain, because that's how Unity works with their CPU side with the cameras. Which on GPU side, Z is backwards for the view matrix. Funnily enough. Okay, so this seems to work. Doesn't it kind of fit the quadrants of X and Y axis? Wait, what do you mean? Does what fit? If it's natural, do you start in top right? So 0 is in bottom left corner. Not sure what you mean. Okay. So we got a very, very basic scrubbing thing here. So now the question is, how do I tap into the actual animation system? I think I can just skip the entire old animation system. I think I could actually just hook into it almost directly. Wait, can I do that now? I don't even know if I need to do much work for that. Let's see, I got the timeline view, but not the timeline itself. Can I access that from the timeline? Well, I can now. So I think if I set the time, I think I just need to do view.timeline.animation sequence.seek animation. Wait, I need a sequencer. Oh yeah, because I've sort of hijacked the sequencer for this. Right, the sequencer is my old animation system. Right. I feel like I need to make a new version of the sequencer or just remove it altogether. So where do I call this? Right. Okay, it's a little cursed. So I'm just gonna add a to-do. Oh, delta time. I don't have a delta time for this. I guess I need a time previous. I mean, I'm probably not actually making use of the delta time in most of my animations. Where can I find your color palette? I mean, it's probably visible everywhere. I usually don't like it when other people use my color palette for anything public, because it feels like it's a little bit weird to use someone else's like brand colors. But I haven't really, so that's why I just haven't really published it anywhere. But like obviously the colors are out there, so I can't stop anyone. Okay. Okay, if time is not equal to previous time, should I allow seeking to the same time? Maybe I should like update the style at the very least, but then I don't do the actual seeking. Or do I? YouTube has a slight shade of pink in some of its UI elements. I know! It's super weird. It's so weird. Okay, so there's like... Okay. So if you're like watching a video on YouTube, you got like the video here, and then they have, and YouTube is like, they just grabbed the like RGB ultra red. They have this like bar at the bottom for the current playback or whatever. I did not actually pick the color. That's the x-axis color. Okay, there we go. So they have this like pure RGB red and then like a dot or something. But for whatever reason, like here at the start, they have this like very slight like gradient. Oh, okay. I did not put that on a separate leaf. Just pretend I did this flawlessly. They have this like very like subtle, not like that in other words, like pink thing? Kind of like this, where you're like, am I being gaslit? Like what's happening here? Like it's just like slightly, ever so slightly like pink tinted. And I don't like it. I think they should reconsider. Like what's with the you can make a gradient from RGB red to like slightly pink. I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. Okay. I don't know how to set up delta time if I'm, cause like, what if it's a, or no, it should be able to handle that actually. I guess maybe setting the style should be separate from setting the actual time. And then like that, if I need to do that, I should do that separately as well, I guess. I don't know. Or wait, no, it's time minus previous. Oh wait, no, this should be value, not time. Okay. Wait, why did my on-screen chat Why is my YouTube chat not updating? I just saw the on-screen chat update, but not the pop-out chat. You made me notice it. I'm sorry. It's weird. Animation inside Half-Edge. This is not for Half-Edge. This is my my own tooling for making videos. Okay, theoretically, this should let us seek the animation. Theoretically. It does not, in fact, seek the animation. So why is that? Did I recompile? Yeah. Okay, okay. Okay, writer. Why? Why does a writer always, every single time, suggest this obsolete iLogger, the interface, the whatever? Why? Please. Every time. Sometimes this one is even on the second line and it highlights on the second line instead of the first line where I obviously want to do this one. Like, because it doesn't start with a capital. Is it case sensitive? Oh my god, is that it? Can I make this not case sensitive? Is that a thing? Code completion settings. Case. Match case is unticked. Can I like not do that? It's unticked. That. Oh my god. Why? That should be exactly the setting that I want, right? Type matching completion? Was that separate? No, but I'm fine having type matching completion. I just don't want it to be case sensitive. Oh wait, is it per language? I mean, it looks like it's just that one setting. Like, what if I enable match case? Is it just reversed? Okay, now it behaves the way I expect it to, given that setting. And then if I untick match case, I'm gonna jump off a cliff in Minecraft. I wonder if this is like, was this a recent change? Is this related to that other thing where like it keeps showing me like hints for things that I don't want to see and I'm just not able to turn it off? Did they like have half of their settings just don't apply anymore? I don't even remember what I was gonna debug. Match case looks to be just about what's in the list. Okay. Right. Huh. But I feel like I didn't have this issue before. Well, one way that these things can be inconsistent is if they use any kind of machine learning or any other AI related stuff where they try to guess at your intent. Okay, well it's clearly setting the time. Hold on. Okay, so where do I... Here, and then this is called... Oh yeah, because I have the clips. But where did I do the actual apply? Oh, maybe that was just like fully manual, actually. Let me just... I know that I had a function called something apply or set all something something. That has to be in, or it should be in the, like whatever's doing stuff with this, I think. Or no. It might actually be in the old timeline. Or in the timeline info, actually. Yeah, something related to this. Okay, where do I call update info? Timeline holder. Oh yeah, new animation system, hold on. This, right. Oh yeah, because I hard-coded that whole thing there. Okay. Well, that's not great. This is temporary code. Okay. I get it. Well, the right way to fix that is to copy and paste some code. So I think, yeah, I think I'm gonna do, or actually, maybe I'll just put that inside of this function. Or I guess it depends on where I want to store the animation data. Can I get from the sequencer to the... no, I don't think so, right? Can I? Did I put it in the sequencer? Because I guess I have the float tracks here. I guess seek time would be, and that's only if the sequencer, what did I call it? Seek mode? Scan mode? Seek and apply. Okay, I think that should work, which means that I should probably remove it from wherever the other place was. Here. Oh, okay, yeah, that is working. It's just that the scene view doesn't repaint. Cool, we are almost done. Where do I put that? I guess... Actually, how did I do that for the... Because I need to repaint both the scene view and the game view. Maybe I just did both. Anyway. Scene view, maybe, yeah. Repaint all. There we go. Or actually, maybe scene view dot last active scene view, and if it's not null, is there a way to see if it's visible? Like if a window is visible? Like editor window is docked enabled? Docked. Oh, okay. Wait, is docked the same thing as in a tab? Because I don't want to update the scene view if it's not... Actually, repaint is deferred anyway, so I don't think it matters, actually. I think I could just call it repaint. So, because I don't think it's actually going to redraw the scene view if the scene view is not visible. I think this is just going to set a dirty flag. Or I hope, at least. Maybe. Hopefully. Oh, injected. Okay, well. End of the line. Holy shit, look at that. Look at that cat. We can scrub the timeline. It's happening. Wait, it looks like, is it actually aligned? Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it's just that the majority of the animation is doing the bounce. And then there's the pause. And then there's that animation and that animation. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So, I guess being able to press space to play would be really nice, because right now that is not possible. Okay, okay, okay. Where would I put that? I guess this would be a relatively natural place to do it, but like you would need keyboard focus, right? In order for it to receive keyboard events. I think. How does that work? Let me double check. Okay, so Unity keyboard event UI toolkit, maybe. Okay. Okay, close. Sorry for the flashbang. This is very bright. Okay, key down event. Trickles down, bubbles up. Okay. So if it trickles down and it bubbles up, I think that means we don't super need to have keyboard focus, right? So okay, let me just try to add the event to this object just to see if it works. So this dot register callback, was it key down event? Okay. So if key code is key code dot space, I'm just going to assume they use the same key code codes as the old input system. I don't even know if they do. Then I guess for now, let's just see if it, no, let's just do debug.log. Oh my god, the code completion. Please stop showing me the goddamn deprecated obsolete events. Like, why? Freya doing shenanigans at night again? Yeah. Yeah, I probably shouldn't, but that's okay. Okay, we are not getting a keyboard event here. So is it because... I guess it could be because it's like captured by some other element, I would guess. Because it's not printing it at all. I wonder if there's like a keyboard focus thing, right? Focusable. Wait, what's the difference between can grab focus and focusable? True? Oh, okay. This looks like it's the serialized thing. Wait, why is it upset about this? Oh, virtual member calling constructor. Oh, wait. Should I override it? I should. Okay. Maybe? This feels wrong. I feel like I shouldn't do this. What do you use to draw gizmos? I'm using my own vector graphics library called Shapes to draw everything here. And that is public, unlike my animation tool. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I'm getting the space events. You know, I kind of wanted to always grab the space. That's not true, actually, because if I have a field selected and I'm typing space into a field, I don't want it to activate. So I guess I wanted to activate whenever nothing else is using it. So like if the scene view is focused, I really wanted to still capture the space. Is there even a good place to put that event? Because this seems like I kind of need to put that callback in like a Unity element. I guess can grab focus is related to the thing taking focus from other things. Was that a virtual? I don't know if that's going to affect the... Yeah, no, now I'm not getting the event at all. Oh wait, unless I'm literally already dragging it, then it has focus. But... Can I get a link? It's not on GitHub. Udemy. It's you know what? Here you go. Shapes. My vector graphics library. Zoom. Look, it's so that you can draw lines that look good instead of bad. Doesn't this one look better? Isn't that neat? Wow. Vector graphics, imagine that. Got it ages ago, but only recently started experimenting with it and I'm smitten. I am glad. Oh, okay. If there's other people who use shapes here in chat, I have a very important question. Do you use immediate mode or do you use the components? And how sad would you be if I removed the components? Would that be a huge detriment to your future experience of using shapes? Because I would love to remove shapes components and just do immediate mode. Immediate always? Okay, 1 vote for immediate. Shit, 1 vote for components. God damn it, okay. Like, I've considered making the components like a hidden wrapper for the immediate mode, which might actually be relatively viable. You've started moving almost entirely to immediate mode, okay. Could you deprecate them and just make it known that they'll not get any future support? Yeah, I could do that, yeah. I have a friend who made an entire game pretty much only shapes, that was components only, right? I mean, I think it's possible to like, it's possible to use an older version of it. So like, yeah. So you can always like downgrade, but it's always scary to like remove stuff like that. Cause like the inspector shapes is kind of like, that's the easiest one to jump into, to try it out and get started, to even know what you're doing. And so it is a really nice thing to have, but I don't like having to deal with these 2 different paths, especially when it comes to rendering the like rendering backend, because they render entirely differently. But I think maybe I can get around that. So like, I think the biggest issue is that like, shapes components use mesh renderers, and mesh renderers go through the render pipeline by kind of sorting themselves and also doing GPU instancing themselves. Like that's managed by Unity's render pipeline. But in immediate mode, you determine the order that everything gets drawn, for better or for worse. And so like they don't render the same way. And it would be nice to kind of unify them so that they're not these like 2 entirely different systems. But like, yeah, I'm just a little bit scared about that because like Unity has so many different like methods for rendering, and then that always having to work across the gazillion different render pipelines is a nightmare. I still don't have shapes fully working in certain render pipelines because it's like, oh, when I make a WebGL build while using the Apple Vision Pro XR version 2.5 during a full moon, it crashes in a build. And I'm like, I don't know. I I don't know where to begin. I don't know. I don't have your device. It's not a full moon right now, so I can't try your very particular setup. I don't know why it's not working. It's like, ask Unity. I don't know. God, the render pipeline support stuff is a nightmare. I hate it so much. Ugh. Like, stuff like that is why I kind of want to reduce the complexity of updating shapes. Is there any render pipeline you prefer personally? URP seems nice. I mean, I have had a bias towards liking the built-in render pipeline, but after I've been doing more and more stuff with half edge and shapes itself, URP is just a lot better designed in many different ways. So like, it just makes a lot of sense for URP to kind of become the new standard one. The only reason I ever liked the built-in pipeline was because I knew how to use it. So it was easy for me to do things. But I mean, yeah, it's not that complicated in URP. You just need to know what you're doing, and it takes some time to like get used to the new norm. HDRP, I've only ever touched specifically for adding support for it in for shapes. I've never done anything else in HDRP, so. Okay, so where do I store playback? I guess that should be in like on the timeline itself, I believe. And that should be serialized so that I can keep the where this is. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's just make a new type for that. I don't want to try to retrofit the old one. So I guess we need to go to timeline 2. And so here I want some kind of type. I don't know if you've ever made a type before, but I think here is where we need this thing called a type. And what do we call this one? This is like the playback? Timeline playback. How about that? I thought it was serializable, right? Yeah. Okay, and we want current time. We want the previous time. Both of these, I guess, initialize to 0. And we want to make sure, do I serialize both of them? I feel like then we need to make sure that when it's deserialized, previous time should be set to time. That's the only thing I need to be careful with. Wait, why do I even have previous time? I don't need to cache that, I think. Because I only needed to calculate the delta time, which previous time in that case is already stored here. So I don't think I need previous time. Okay, so I guess timeline playback is probably also the thing that's going to be responsible for the actual frame-by-frame update and the state of if you're playing or pausing and stuff like that. Let's see. I also had a playback rate. I don't know if it's going to matter much, but What theme is this? I think this is the writer's built-in Visual Studio Dark, but I've made some minor modifications. Like I changed the background color, and I made it so that structs and classes have a different color for the type. I think that's pretty much it. So like if I make a struct, you can see that the color is different on these two. Partial? Do I already have a class called timeline playback? What? What do you mean partial? Who's the other one? Can I navigate to related files? Timeline playback. This is my old thing that I also call timeline playback. Shit, it's over. Okay. I named it the exact same thing. How? It's almost like I wrote the old code. I guess I'll call it playback 2. It's not a nice name, but for now. Okay, so I think that should be something that can live in the editor window. As long as I serialize that, I think it's going to survive assembly reload. Okay, and then I think I want the, should the playback have a reference to the UI, or should the UI have a reference to the playback? These are the moral questions. I'm sure there's a design pattern for model view component or something for stuff like this. I am sitting like a shrimp. Why am I sitting like a shrimp? Oh, by the way, if you happen to be in Belgium, I think it was Belgium. Oh my god, I'm so bad with countries, but I think it's in Belgium. If you want to go to a geometric algebra event, I'm gonna be doing the keynote, the first talk at Game 2026. So that's in like 3 days, 4 days, 3 days, 3 days, I think. Yeah, I think it's in 3 days. So if you wanna go there, hang out, watch some talks about geometric algebra, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be doing the same talk I did at Dutch Game Day, so it's not gonna be a new talk. It's gonna be the same as last time, maybe slightly tweaked. But yeah, Game 2026. I should actually do this thing where you have a link to stuff. I'm bad at doing promo. Oh, their SEO is not super good. There we go. Clearly, they did not use enough AI in this on this website to optimize the SEO to make it like the slop factor is too low. But here, there we go. That's a link to the event. If you happen to be nearby and you want to join, it's kind of like it's a weird mix of people. It's going to be like people interested in geometric algebra and there's 2 tracks. One is for game developers and one is for like physicists, which is a fascinating combination. I never thought this combination would happen at the same event, but sure, like I'm down. Yeah, so there's going to be apparently some the famous physicists or mathematicians are going to be there. Not that I know names, so I'm probably going to make a fool of myself by not knowing who someone is that I should know. But yeah, so it's a pretty neat event. I'm gonna do the I'm basically gonna do the introductory talk to ease people into geometric algebra, and then the actual smart people are gonna do the rest. So they're gonna like continue on and do the more advanced geometric algebra stuff. Because I'm still in the like the vector geometric algebra ball pit. I never started looking into like conformal 5-dimensional projection stuff, so I do not have a math background, no. Well, I guess it depends on like what we mean by background. In high school, I studied natural sciences, which had a slant toward a little bit of extra math and a little bit of programming, but the programming, I was already ahead of like the program they had there. So the programming one gave me nothing. The math one, I don't even know if the math one gave me that much. I wasn't super interested in math when I was in school. I think my interest in math came afterwards. It was actually shaders. Shader programming is what got me into math. That's when I started like enjoying math, like recreationally, like on its own. So, but before then, it was just like I don't care too much. I like geometry, but not like much else than that. You mean PGA? CGA seems a bit less useful for graphics. Yeah, well, both of them. Like I don't know any of them very well. So I pretty much only studied VGA. PGA seems like the most useful for game devs, just because it has like a one-to-one connection with like all the matrix transformations that we do. Yeah, but I don't like geometric algebra is such a broad and relatively new field, and I feel like it's become so broad so quickly that like there's not much, like nobody's decided on what the standards are, and people use different names for different things, and it's kind of a chaotic mess. but hopefully my talk is not too off the mark. I've had what's his name? Eric Lengyel, who wrote the projective geometric algebra book. He's one of the people who used the term anti-vector instead of bivector, I think. I think he saw my talk, and I'm pretty sure he said that it was good, and I didn't get stuff wrong. So I think I'm on the safe side. Any way to look at the event contents online? Talks are streamed or something similar. So in the internal messages, it seems like it is going to be streamed, but I also don't know where it's going to be streamed, so I have no clue. But I'm guessing it's going to show up somewhere. I'm not sure. I was implementing a PGA library and it was really hard to figure out if it's correct or not since there are a bunch of different definitions for the same stuff. Yeah. Do you recommend the Unity Shaders Bible to start, or should I start with something easier? I mean, I have a course for shader programmers on my YouTube, so I think that would be the starting point I would recommend, but obviously I'm biased because that's my actual course that I taught for shader programming. And I haven't used the Shaders Bible, but it's probably good. Like anything and any and all. The main thing that's confused me so far with respect to media mode drawers versus shape components is the render ordering. For example, using a custom media mode drawer that draws two intersecting perpendicular disks at the same point, say with normal 7 forward, I don't actually get the visuals of two intersecting disks, rather two overlapping ones. whereas mesh-based components would properly render the intersection. That is probably just the blending mode. The only difference there is that one of them is opaque and the other one is transparent. If it's opaque, they intersect properly, both in immediate mode and in shapes components. But if they're transparent, both shapes components and immediate mode would have them overlap each other in a weird way. But it's also still true that the render order does change depending on immediate mode or components, but in a different way. Like there's a different sense that they're different rather than the intersection stuff. Do you understand Lie algebra? Okay, not gonna lie, I never understood what Lie algebra means. So I think it depends on what that means. Lie algebra. Okay, do I understand this? Okay, is a vector space G together with an operation called a lie bracket, alternating bilinear map. Decoherent identity. Okay, I don't know what this is either. Oh boy. It's a property of a binary operation that describes the order of evaluation. Oh, okay. So a complicated name for a very common thing. It's an algebra over a field for which the multiplication operation called a lie bracket is alternating set of as a Jacobian identity. This is a Lie algebra, the Lie group rotations of space. I mean, this seems very related to quaternions. Because quaternions are also sharing some of these properties. Because like bivectors have this behavior as well. So I guess I've used Lie algebra in that sense. I guess I've just never, like, I've never thought of Lie algebra as its own separate category of things, but I don't know. What if we had truth algebra instead? That's true, yeah. Yeah, why do we deal with Lie groups? That's not, doesn't seem great. Did mean more about SO3 and SE3. SE3, I don't know what SE3 is. It is the SE postal code area in the UK. Or do you mean SU3? It's pronounced Lie? Oh, Lie algebra? Really? Is it? Because SO3 is like all possible, yeah, the like, yeah, all the 3x3 rotation matrices that are orthonormal, I think. Actually, there might be a separate group for if you allow for reflections, right? I forget how they work. Oh, spin 3. I don't know how spin 3 relates to SU2. Because SU2, isn't that quaternions, pretty much? Or am I mixing them up with... yeah, SU2 is basically the quaternion space. So I'm used to that one. Spin 3, I'm not sure. That's a Lie group. That's a Lie group. We did it. We found the Lie group. The group multiplication law, the double cover is given by lifting the multiplication on SON. Lifting? What does that mean? Okay, this is getting too abstract. I'm too far away from things I know what it is. Yeah, I don't know what SE3 is. Anyway. Right, timeline playback. We were doing playback. Okay. And I wanted to make sure, let's see, assembly reloads have to load it properly. I guess I would use on enable, on disable, right? I think. Or no, create GUI is kind of the on enable in the GUI sense. So I don't think I need that actually. Okay, let's just give this one a reference to the playhead, even though maybe it shouldn't go in that direction. Okay. Where do I pass that in? Probably here. Yeah. Okay. What did I call it? Timeline playback 2? And then the playhead. Is this used in Slam? I'm trying to understand it myself. What's Slam? Is a Discord a good place to ask questions about shapes? Yeah, it should be. I'm not always like super on top of Discord anymore, but that's usually that's the canonical place to ask questions. Or actually, there is the user echo feedback forums for shapes. To represent smooth motion or something like that. Yeah, I mean, quaternions are used for like interpolating rotations. That's kind of what they're good at. So anything involving 3D rotations and interpolation especially tend to use quaternions. And quaternions do usually have some kind of conversion from quaternions to a rotation matrix, which is SO3, right? So that stuff is all good. I did do a talk about quaternions, but it's not on my channel. Which, in hindsight, I feel like I should have asked if I could put it on my channel instead. But, well, you know what? I'll just make it into a video instead down the line. That's why I'm working on these tools. Okay, so I guess the playhead probably, should that have a reference to the yeah, what order should this go in? No, I feel like I should set the time. Like, playhead should just respond to the other thing being set, I feel like. Like this should just live in the playback, I think. That was my cat, Salad, who sneezed. You know what? That should not be serialized. Okay. Do I do like a callback thing? Yeah, maybe I do. I feel like that's the more canonical way to set this up, rather than like having UI elements accessed through the here. I guess I should have the delta time here too. Actually, what's the... No. I can never remember what the syntax is for the like custom delegate. What is it? If I want to make like a delegate that specifically has two named fields, I guess I could name them here, but there is a way to do this. It's some like delegate types. It's like public delegate and then name, right? Time change or something? Is that it? Or does it have to wait? How does this work? There's some kind of thing. Return type? Oh, wait, right, void. In this case. Right. So then it would be time and delta time. I'm gonna lurk probably because I'm EP, Central European time zone enjoyer. You know what? It is midnight here too, but that's okay. Regular method signature, but with a delegate between access modifier and return type and no body, right? Okay, so then I should be able to just do this. Right, okay. Like I almost never declare my own my own delegates like this, as you might be able to tell. My bad. Don't worry. Forget, but there's like a 9 for 9 at. That's okay. You don't have to apologize. You are welcome to lurk however much you want, or go to bed whenever you want. The VOD will be up if you want to come back later. Okay. I guess I'll keep that. Ooh, actually, do I actually keep the sequencer stuff in here? I'm not sure about that yet. I guess... I feel like it should be outside. The comment was specifically for this. Forget with a 9. 9 is silent. Gotcha. So it's like one of those French words. Okay, so let's see. So we got the timeline playback, and then we need some kind of delegates. I guess we should... Is it gonna be... I guess that for the UI stuff, I should do that here. But actually, is there... So, okay, so I usually do this thing where I have on enable and then on disable, right? And then I just need to make sure I don't accidentally lose that code. And then if I have like a thing I need to add like an event I need to subscribe to, I usually do like plus equals like that, right? And then in on disable, I do minus equals. So this is kind of a nice, like, this is kind of a nice pattern that I usually use to like make sure that the events get unsubscribed properly and whatnot. But how would I do that for UI elements? Because I know when they're created, but like when are they destroyed? Oh, it would be the panel events, right? It's like attached to panel event and detached from panel, right? I think that's it. Yeah, that would be the equivalent, I think. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, let's see. And then view where that would be overlay timeline view, I believe. Like this specifically is a UI related thing. So this should only work for when the UI actually exists. Okay, so this part, oh boy. Let's see, this handles the actual seeking. And then, I guess it would be in the view overlay somewhere. That's the playhead. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So playhead dot. No. Playback dot on time changed. No, I should pass that into the playhead. That's what I need to do, I think. Yeah. Okay. And this I shouldn't have anymore. Oh, that I should have. But this should not be in there anymore. Alright, Suboxio, good night. Thanks for tuning in. Okay. So in here, this is where I need to do the event subscription. Update placement. Float time float double time. So I guess it would be this dot register callback attached to panel event. Yes. And then playback dot on time change plus equals, what did I call it? Update placement. And then detach from panel event. We unsubscribe. This, I think, makes sense. Is this the canonical way of doing this? This feels like the on enable, on disable equivalent. Unless there's like a on become and on disintegrate or something, but I'm guessing like when a UI element is destroyed, it's always detached first. Like when you do an assembly reload, I presume it's just going to toss out all the UI and then it's going to detach every element. Okay. So I think now I can paste that. So we got the view. Time to pixel, just grab the time value. That makes sense to me. Okay, so what is happening here? This is the timeline scrubber. So instead of setting the playhead directly, it should set the time of the playback. So how... I don't like it when I keep like passing too many things left and right. Ugh, how many layers do I need to pass the... Like either I make everything public and just access it left and right and I'm careless about it, or I need to pass everything like 5 layers deep. Maybe that's a code smell where like if I have to pass it 5 layers deep, perhaps it's in the wrong location and these two things should be closer to each other. But that's kind of, it's kind of forced to be like that because the serialization happens at a top level. But the UI elements are nested. But okay. Guess I'll just pass it through. So what streaming software are you using? I'm using OBS. Okay, what did I call it? Timeline playback. Actually, does it need the playhead at all? No. We don't need that anymore. We just need the playback. Yeah. Cool. So now pass the playback instead. Okay. Does that work? Does this spark joy? Will it do? Wow, it works exactly the same as before, but it was a good refactor. So, okay, so now we should be able to relatively easily add a feature where we can press space to play. So what do we need for that? I should move this to its own separate type. And also bring this with it, ideally. Okay. So let's see, do I have a central update loop, or do I subscribe to the update loop the moment you start the playback? Oh, actually, that's something to try. Did the serialization work? Like if I set this to a specific time and then do an assembly reload, will it stay? Will it stay? Come on. Come on. Shit. It's over. It is actually supremely, extremely over. Okay, so that's probably like a... I feel like it's quite you quite often run into this case where like you have a thing that needs to respond to changes to some value, but you need this thing to sometimes happen even when the value does not change. Specifically during assembly reloads. I do an assembly reload, so I'm now sitting with temporary states, but the serialized value hasn't actually changed. And so no change has happened, but all the objects no longer reflect the correct state anymore. I feel like this happens quite a lot. And it always feels hacky to like trigger the on change thing even though it didn't actually change, but that's usually the easiest solution. Ugh. Do I just do that? Is it even possible, actually? Like, I can't do that from out here when it's an event, right? Like, I'm pretty sure it has to come from the type itself, yeah. But I guess it's, oh yeah, actually, hold on. It should probably be... Oh man, that depends on like the deserialization order. Like when does a deserialization happen in relation to create GUI? I don't actually know the order of those two. How would I tell? Do I need to subscribe to like serialization callback receiver? Okay, debug, log. Okay, and then we have create GUI. I presume create GUI happens afterwards. Can't you just call the playback on time change function in the on enable of the window? Only if the UI exists. The problem is that if I call that before the UI is created, the UI is not going to get that change. So it has to happen when the UI exists. Not sure about Unity, but can your serialized fields be properties? Sort of, not really, but I'm not sure. Or like, how would that help in this case? Okay, let's look at some events. Let's trigger an assembly reload. Blip. All right, what do we got in the log? On disable, on before serialize, so that's when it ditches everything, and then on after deserialize, on enable, create GUI. Okay, so on enable happens before create GUI. That's good to know, and that makes sense. That's what I would expect as well. So that is good news. So that means we have, yeah, we have all the up-to-date values in create GUI. So create GUI doesn't happen too early. So that means that the playhead here can actually just call update placement immediately. Like I don't have to wait to do that. The only question is, what would the delta time be? I guess, is it legal to do a delta time of 0? That doesn't feel right. What's gonna happen to my simulations if I have that in my timeline? But I mean, I guess 0 is technically accurate, so I guess I'll just have to deal with zeros whenever applicable. Applicable? Applicable? Which one is it? Applicable? I think it's applicable, right? No. Oh, I just forgot. Okay. All right. So we're setting it to some specific value. Trigger an assembly reload, and now it should stay in the same place. It did not. That's concerning. So then the question is why? Okay, do I maybe still have a time value serialized in the playhead? Because if so, no. Oh, you know what? It could be that update placement happens too early, and I should add that to the attached to panel event, maybe. Or hold on. Or should it live in on geometry changed? There are actually a lot of situations where I feel like the position of the playhead should update. Can I put it in repaint? Is that legal? What's it even called? I forget. It's some weird... I did that in the timeline view. Where is it? Generate visual content. That's the one. I don't know if it's legal to use generate visual content that way. Because I'm not actually generating any visual content. Oh yeah, I guess that's the proper signature. Feels weird to do it every time though. But I guess delta time actually never matters for this one, so I don't need a correct delta time here at all. Which is nice in a sense. In which case, do I even need these? Like, I probably don't need these callbacks, assuming I call repaint every time there's a change. So I think I can actually skip those two. So long as I in here repaint. Although I don't know if it's actually going to repaint that specific element. I guess I'll try, see what happens. So I think just mark dirty repaint. See if it works. It did not work. Okay. Well. Okay, I don't have it in there either. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine, I will do it in a normal way. Probably makes a lot more sense to do it this way. Okay, it's out of position. Let's make an assembly reload. Come on. No! Why? Why did it jump? Oh my god. Update placement. Time. It's probably doing it too early. I think that's probably it. It's doing it before like the size of the element is fully realized. So I think if we trigger an assembly reload, it's probably going to say the correct time here. Update placement 2.31, so 315. Yeah, which is here. So it is calling update placement, but it's happening too early. So I think what we need to do, I think we need to call this from when the timeline view overlay. Yeah, I think we need the geometry change event, but for this object. And that's when we do playhead dot, I've already forgotten what I call the function. Place? Update placement? And time would be playback.time. Delta time 0. Okay. Now it's in the correct spot. That looks good. Okay, moving it around. Assembly reload. Please stick around. Okay, it sort of works, but the actual animation doesn't actually jump there. So the animation values are not actually correct. Okay, so that might be the stuff that I should set in on enable. Because the values that I apply to the objects in the scene are not serialized. And so that is just a temporary state. So that gets tossed. So I think I just need to trigger that here. Yeah, because deserialization happens before this. Yeah, yeah. I think that should be it. Okay. So now we got that seek time and then assembly reload. And now this should remain in place and this should... Was it just a repaint issue? No? No. Okay. So why is this? I guess I will log here. Oh my god, it did code completion for the correct function. Probably because I used a capital L this time. Oh wait, null reference exception? Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? Oh my god, what am I doing here? Why would I do this? Why would I take a round trip through the UI here when I'm... Oh my god. Okay, let's just pretend that didn't happen. I'm probably getting tired. Because otherwise, I code flawlessly. Okay, well it's the correct time. Oh, it still is, actually. But it's not applying it to the scene until I click it. Wait. Okay, this is probably because of the... Yeah, because of this thing. I never know when to do this. Ugh. I feel like I always go back and forth on whether I should check if it's changed. But then it always like bites me whenever I do this check. Like I'm guessing that's the issue, at least. Maybe that's not the issue, but I'm guessing it's gonna work now. Okay, so got that position here. Assembly reload. No? Okay. All right. Maybe that's not the problem. Cool. Then what the butts? Like the moment I click it, it snaps into place. Like I'm not really doing anything unique in here, right? Like I'm just calling, setting the time. And that goes into the callback. I mean, what else is subscribed to this event? There's not much else, right? Okay, can this window be bigger every time, please, instead of being tiny? What the heck? Oh my god, why is the writer so slow? Jesus. Oh my god, okay, where's the create diagnostics report? Whatever just happened, it is driving me up the wall. And it's happened the past like few weeks. Ugh, okay. It's a profile. Oh, I should have profiled before it happened, probably. Or no, wait. There should be a export my logs, because I think I've already enabled where are the settings? Tray scenarios? Yeah. Yeah, those are enabled. Okay, so I should be able to export the log. I always forget which one it is because there's like a gazillion different things here. I thought there was like, oh wait, collect logs. I think that's the one. May contain sensitive data. Okay, hold on. It's gonna... I need to do this beforehand. Otherwise, it's gonna like show every single password. Collecting logs. Ugh. Move to VS Code? Absolutely not. Not for Unity coding. No thanks. I'm pretty sure VS Code is probably still way behind Writer when it comes to Unity and especially shader coding. I mean, I do use VS Code for other things, but just not for Unity or C#. Okay, just a moment. So I've been chatting with some of the people at Writer. Because I was complaining about this on Blue Sky, and someone who worked at JetBrains was like, hey, send me your logs. Now I got logs. I got receipts. Okay, let's see. I just need to upload this file. Dev stream, that's true. Okay. Does mine head into when it freezes for a second? Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like it started happening after I updated it a couple of weeks ago. But I think I had a pretty old version before then, so I don't even know if it's recent or if it's... I don't know. I don't know. Okay, sorry. I need to close that. Quit. There we go. You hear car? That is because Salad is running around. Salad! Hey! Yeah, there's 4 cats in this place, so it's not surprising to hear a cat. Okay, let me bring cat. Hold on. Oh, Salad? Hey! Come on, Salad. Come on. Hello. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Salad. Here he is. This is Salad. His name is Salad because he's Salad. Okay. Boy. Hey. What's up? You wanna talk to stream? Yeah, come on. Salad. Come on. He's just standing off screen. No, okay, no, he's off to complain, probably because I should go to bed. They want food? I think they just want me to go to bed because it's getting late. They usually take issue with me staying up too late. Usually not Salad though. He's usually the only one that doesn't care, but maybe he does care. Or maybe he's just upset because everybody else is sleeping. Or he wants to play with Gumpy, but they're currently segregated. Do I let them hang out? It's just hard to give them a big space. Okay, Salah doesn't seem too upset. He seems okay now, so I don't think it's an ultra emergency. Do they only get to play supervised? Okay. Let me... Just a moment. Wanted to say thank you for all your shader content. I'm glad it's been helpful. Or I assume it was helpful or useful or interesting. And I'm glad you are all around to be interested at all. This is like shader stuff and tool development is like super niche. And I'm kind of surprised that there's even anyone interested in it at all. So I appreciate that. Okay, I need to switch my screen. Okay, here's the situation. So, let me first go here. All right. So first off, salad. This is salad. Let's pull up an appropriate picture of salad. This is good. Salad. There we go. Then we got toast. It's a good picture of toast. This one's cozy. We got toast. Okay. Salad was the person. I don't know if person is the right word. Salad was the little guy that you saw just now. And then we got Thor. Here's Thor, where he wanted some fish. Thor is 17 years old, so he is very, very, very old for a cat. He's an elder. This is a good picture of Thor. Okay, so we got Thor. That's toast. I guess I'll try again. There we go. Okay, so these are my cats. We got salad, we got toast. Toast is too big, hold on. This is not lore accurate. I need to make them a little bit more proportional. Okay, so toast and salad, they are brothers. They grew up together. They're twins, I guess. They were born at the same time. So toast and salad are very close to each other, really like each other. It's great. They're super cute seeing them with each other. And Thor is a much older cat. So toast and salad, like 4 years ago-ish, when they were kittens, when I got them, they moved in with Thor. It took a while for Thor to accept 2 kittens that were super rambunctious and ran around and were kind of a lot. So Thor wasn't too happy about that, but after like a year, he sort of started tolerating toast. So like Let me hide all this other nonsense that doesn't matter. Okay, so in terms of relationships here, Toast really likes salad. Salad really likes toast. Look at these half edges. See, I tied it back to half edge again somehow. Okay, so now the relationship between Toast and Thor. Toast really likes Thor. Thor is like kind of neutral towards Toast. Not like super, they don't super like playing with each other, but sometimes, like 5 times in total, I've seen Thor clean Toast, like clean his ears a little bit. So like it's not bad, their relationship, it's just kind of neutral-ish. But Toast wants to have a better relationship with Thor. Salad really likes Thor as well. Salad loves to play with Thor, jumps around all the time, and like tries to tackle him and whatnot. Unfortunately, Thor is not too happy about that. So Thor doesn't really like Salad. So Thor and Salad are kind of like, they're sort of tolerating each other. And so it's not like Thor attacks Salad. It's not like they're like actively unfriendly with each other or whatever. But Thor can sometimes snap at Salad, where Thor is like hissing at Salad when Salad is a bit too annoying, and you know, that kind of thing. Okay. And then we have the secret 4th cat. Okay, so this is Gumpy. I was not supposed to have a 4th cat. But I have a 4th cat right now. Because Gumpy was outside and didn't seem to have any owner around. I checked Gumpy's microchip. I checked Gumpy's ear tag. No ear tag. No microchip. Went to the vet. Still no microchip. I've tried 2 different microchip readers. No microchip. We put up flyers in the area where I found Gumpy. Nobody reached out. Nobody knows who Gumpy is. If Gumpy had any owner. Nobody said anything. I haven't gotten in touch with anyone except a few people who worked at a grocery store saw Gumpy about a mile away from where I found Gumpy. And Gumpy had been sitting outside of the grocery store, like when they opened the grocery store, begging for food. That's like all I know about Gumpy. I still haven't heard from any owner or anything, and it's been like 5 months, 4 months, something like that. So the situation is, I have another cat, where I didn't really plan on having this cat, but now the question is, what is the relationship with Gumpy and all of my existing boys? And so here's the situation. Salad really likes Gumpy. Salad likes everybody. Salad is like the easiest cat I've ever had to deal with. He's so easygoing, he's so chill, and he's adorable, and just like the easiest cat ever. So Salad likes Gumpy. And I think Gumpy is probably somewhere in between, like yellow and green, but Gumpy likes Salad at this point. Sometimes Salad pushes it slightly too far, and Gumpy can be kind of intense with the way that Gumpy plays. Gumpy kind of comes across as a cat that never really never really properly socialized with other cats. But I think Salad is actually helping Gumpy socialize, because Gumpy's pretty young. Gumpy is probably like somewhere between 1 and 2 years old. So she's younger than everybody else. Okay, Thor and Gumpy. Okay, so Gumpy is sort of neutral towards Thor, like kind of curious, but doesn't really want to super hang out. But Thor towards Gumpy, this is like no bueno, like ultra not okay. This is like Thor will attack Gumpy if he can. If Thor has access to Gumpy, he will jump Gumpy and start fighting. And it used to be the case that I had kind of the apartment divided by like this like big mesh gate. So I had this like, I have like a big doorway, and then I have this like, it used to be like attached to like a window, so it's not really made for this purpose. But it's this like little gate that I wedge into the doorway. And there's like transparent mesh here, so they can kind of like, they can see through to see each other on each side of this gate, but they can't like, yeah, they just see through, but they don't have access to each other. So that's the gate that I place sometimes to kind of like separate the apartment into, you know, we have the A side, and then the other side is the B side of the apartment. Okay, so this is where Thor hangs out in the A side. Gumpy is on the B side. And then Toast is also here. Because while it wasn't like that in the beginning, Toast is now also super not okay with Gumpy. I don't even know what Gumpy's relationship is to Thor or to Toast at this point. I'm guessing she's just kind of mostly scared. So I think right now Gumpy's and Toast's relationship is probably the worst one. So it's not looking super good between Gumpy and Toast. Which is really sad. And it also makes it more complicated to have a fourth cat that two cats will actively fight given the opportunity. And like, so I used to be able to have this setup working just fine, but then two things happened. First, Salad, this guy over here, he started jumping over the gate because he really wanted to hang out with Gumpy, and so he just hopped over the gate. But the thing is, he won't like hop over the gate. What he'll do is that he'll hop up onto here, and then he'll sit here, like super awkwardly, just staring at me, while the whole thing is wiggling, and he's like trying to figure out how physics works, and he's like sitting here and being like, oh, I don't know what to do. And then he leaps off of it, like into the B side of the apartment. And the moment he leaps, this entire gate falls over because it's just standing on the ground, right? So he will push away from it, tipping it over. And that was probably one of the first fights that happened because the gate fell. One of Thor and or Toast ran to side B and got into a fight with Gumpy. But I could sort of manage it because I'm usually close to the gate, and I sometimes, the moment I notice that he jumps up, I can usually make it there in time to like help him down instead of him like kicking over the gate, right? So usually it's fine. And that was kind of the status quo for a long time, where like Thor and Toast, they were both on the A side, and then Gumpy was on the B side, and Salad, he was kind of like jumping to whatever side he felt like being at. So he was going back and forth. That was good, because that was stable. It worked. Everything was fine, sort of. Except I had to be super vigilant with the gates. But then a few weeks ago, I think it was like 2-3 weeks ago, Toast started also jumping the gates. And that's a problem. That's a pretty big problem, because Toast, like I mentioned before, will fight Gumpy. If Toast is in the same room as Gumpy, he will run towards Gumpy and start fighting. Like, not being kind of tense and then maybe if they get scared they fight. No, he will dash immediately to start a fight. And as you might know, cats are very, very, very fast. Like, when they want to go fast, they are insanely fast. Like, it's crazy how fast cats get when they really, really do it, you know? It's kind of similar to, like, I don't know if you like play with your cats with your hands. You're not supposed to, but like a lot of cats know to not actually bite your hand and not like fully use their claws. But if you have a cat that's actually trying to bite you and actually trying to claw you, that is on like a whole other level. That's like an entirely different magnitude of pain and hurt and damage that they can do. So like, the thing about like, oh, my cats are running around and they're so fast while they're playing, like, no, that's nothing compared to a cat that is sprinting to start a fight for their life. Like, it is, oh boy, they are so fast. So like, in my naive mind, I was like, well, I mean, I can maybe do the same thing I did with Salad, where like, when I notice that Toast hops up here, I can just go and catch Toast. But no, Toast, he's out for blood. Like, he really, really doesn't want Gumpy around. And so now the problem is the gate doesn't work anymore because it cannot separate the two sides. The only one that's actually separated by the gate is Thor, because he's too old to jump over the gate. I don't think he'll ever jump over the gate because, you know, he's old. He doesn't have the energy to do it unless it's like an ultra emergency. Yeah, and so the problem now is that like Gumpy can kind of only be in rooms where she's completely separated by a closed door. Which is sad, because like Gumpy has a much bigger space if she has access to the entire side B rather than just one room. And in case you didn't know, I'm not rich. I don't have a mansion, or I don't even have like I don't even know, the like American suburb, the house with multiple floors. Like, I don't have that kind of thing at all. So I don't have large rooms. Like I have a small bathroom and I have a bedroom, and that's kind of it. And then there's this room, which is a living room. And so now Gumpy is kind of confined to only the bathroom or only the bedroom, which is not fun for Gumpy. And it's not like a good space for Gumpy and Salad to play in either, because it's such a tiny amount of space. Yeah, so it's not a great situation, and it's kind of sad, because like it started out mostly fine between Gumpy and Toast, but I think what happened was that Toast, or Thor, was really anxious by the gate. Thor would stand by the gate and push his face against the gate and like sometimes hiss at Gumpy. And at one point, Gumpy got too close to the gate, so Thor just kind of aggressively hissed and slapped the gate. After that moment, that's when Toast started becoming cautious of Gumpy. Before then, Toast was kind of just curious. He was not aggressive at all. And Toast even spent some time in the same room, like supervised with Gumpy. But then after that point, like it was kind of like it just flipped, and now Toast is really not friends with Gumpy anymore. Yeah, that's the that's the situation. Now you have the relationship chart over this. Yeah. I don't know what to do at this point. I really wish they would just not fight with each other, but I can't like force them to be friends. That's just not how it works, you know? So I've had a few moments where like, like sometimes when I go to bed, I've taken, you know, Toast, Salad, and Thor. Like every time I go to bed, they join me in bed. They join somewhere. Like they might be like in the bed itself, on my pillow, next to my pillow, where my feet is supposed to go. Like usually Salad is where I have my feet. Thor is usually next to my pillow. Toast is usually next to my pillow in the other direction and a little bit further away. That's their kind of like usual nighttime spots. So because they want to be in the bedroom, I've sometimes done this thing where I close the bedroom at night so that Toast, Salad, and Thor are in the bedroom, and then Gumpy gets access to the rest of the apartment overnight. Which is good for multiple reasons. Like it's good just because Gumpy probably wants a bigger space in general. And two, scent swapping is really, really important for cats to get along with each other. They need to get used to the smell of each other. And so having them like nap in the same spots is a good step along the way to make them not smell like an unfamiliar like cat, right? So scent swapping is a good thing you need to do in order to make cats get along. Yeah, so in those moments, sometimes Salad wants out of the bedroom, and like when so like these three, they're in the bedroom with me, and then Gumpy is outside, and then sometimes Salad is like, hey, I want to play with Gumpy. And then sometimes I've let Salad out, and now I've had a few unsupervised like nights where Salad and Gumpy is hanging out, and that went really well. At least it did last time. The other two times were a little bit longer ago, so I forget exactly. But they never fought. There was no fighting, or at least not during those moments. And they have actually had a fight once. Which is when Toast started a fight with Gumpy. Salad ran after Toast. So I break up the fight between Gumpy and Toast. But the moment I like got Toast out of the way, Salad actually sprinted after Gumpy and started a fight with Gumpy, which was really unexpected because they've been friends for so long. And I was like, holy shit. Is this just over now? Like it was pretty violent. I don't know, did I? Let's see. Where is it? Oh, did I not? Okay. Just a moment. Scrolling. Love this animation tool. I'm glad you like this animation tool. It's called Photoshop right now. He's bleeding. Look at that. That was when Gumpy and Salad had fought, and I'm like, oh no, is there a happy friendship over now? I don't know. It was very sad. And I've never seen Salad fight before. It was the first time I'd seen Salad fight. But since then, they have played with each other. And so I think maybe they had like the good kind of fight where like they finally hashed out the thing they hadn't talked about, and maybe it's okay. And I think honestly, I think Salad was just scared. Because I mean they fought with each other specifically because Toast started fighting with Gumpy. And even when Salad and Gumpy have been on the B side, and like Gumpy's on the B side and like hissing, like fighting with Toast on the A side, even in those moments, Salad is sometimes like sitting right behind and being like, hey guys, stop. He's like, meow. Like he's being like, he's like sad that there's conflict going on. Like he'll voice opinions anytime there's any kind of growling between Gumpy and anyone else. So he really doesn't like it when there's any kind of conflict. So I think when they did fight, I think it was just because he was really scared and he just kind of got caught up in the whole thing. Which one would you say is the most wise old sage? Oh man, that's Thor. I mean, Thor is 17. He walks around slowly and he's not super playful and creaks a lot and mostly wants pets. Yeah, that's the current situation. I'm gonna try one more thing. Do you have to let them fight a bit for social dominance type reasons? No. Absolutely not. I mean, you can, but the problem with doing that is that they might permanently like never be friends ever. So like if you want your cats to actually get along, that is a really bad idea. That's basically going to guarantee that they're going to have a bad relationship forever. Maybe not forever, but like you're rolling the dice on that. And generally you don't want to do that. Yeah, usually you want to keep them separate and you want to slowly make them used to each other's smells before they see each other. Like visual contact should be much later compared to like olfactory contact. Is that what it's called? Smell contact. Yeah, so I had them separated in the beginning. They couldn't see each other through the gate or anything. And they had the meal time by the gate, all of that stuff, but and it seemed fine in the beginning, but then at some point everything just took a turn for the worse. So I think I'm gonna do one more attempt at socializing them. I have some of these like Feliway things you plug into the wall that claims to have some cat pheromones that are apparently supposed to be useful, approved by veterinaries all over the world, or maybe it's pseudoscience. I'm not sure. But I'm gonna Pascal's wager into it and try again at some point, and just see if it works. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do a reset where like I'm not gonna let them have visual contact anymore when I do that second attempt, and just kind of like start from the beginning with the cat introduction. And if that's not gonna work, if that's not working out, then my ex is probably gonna be able to have Gumpy at her place for a while. So Gumpy is at the very least gonna get a break afterwards, and then maybe we can try again later. That's the plan. So we'll see how it goes. You broke up? Ashley and I broke up like a year and a half ago or so. Yeah. Oh yeah, Thor was Ashley's cat from the beginning. But then when we broke up, we kind of just decided that, like, you know, since it's Toast and Salad and Thor, they grew close to each other. I grew close to Thor. And so, like, I asked Ashley about it, if Thor could stay with my boys. And so Thor is here now. And Ashley and I, we're friends. We're good friends. Like, it's good between us. So, no, like, hard feelings or anything. I mean, obviously the breakup was difficult and rough to get through, but we're friends. Okay, all right. I should start heading to bed before all my boys start yelling at me to go to bed. Any thoughts or questions before I head off? Are you Tokyo Spliff's girlfriend? I don't know who Tokyo Spliffs is, so no. I'm not in a relationship with anyone as far as I know, but I could just be psychotic, so maybe, probably not. I'm here, we can start the stream now. Well, I was just about to stop the stream. If you could have any type of animal, what would you get? I mean, a cat, probably. It would depend. Like, is the animal gonna behave exactly the way it is in nature? Or do you mean, like, if you could have any type of animal that also happens to be domesticated and able to live with you? Or... I didn't even know. I hadn't thought about that. I have a lot of snakes and they depend a lot on species and morphs. What are morphs? How do you manage the stress when getting close to releasing a big project you've been working on for more than a year? So I'm usually not in that situation. I kind of have the opposite problem. So this is like, this is definitely a me problem. So like the thing is, I don't really have deadlines because I'm completely independent at this point. Well, I'm dependent on people supporting me online, but I don't have a publisher. I don't have a boss. I can make my own schedule, right? So I don't really have a deadline where I'm like, okay, I had a year for this project and then the deadline is coming up and I need to stress to get it done. That doesn't really happen because I can decide exactly how much time I spend on everything that I want to do. My biggest problem is that I have too many projects going at once and it's hard for me to commit to just one and actually finish it. And usually the stress that I have is kind of this ambient constant stress that I'm never doing enough on any of these projects, which from the perspective of any one project is sort of true, but from the perspective of all the projects, probably not true, because like I'm almost always doing something, right? So if anything, I would say that I have more of an issue with one. I have issues with the commitment. I have a really, really, really hard time committing to almost anything. And two, I am pathologically perfectionist. And I don't mean perfectionist in like, oh, I'm so good at making things good. Like, that's not what I mean. What I mean is I obsess over, let me put it this way. I get an overwhelming anxiety over releasing something into the world that is not as good as I could have made it. Like, for some reason, I feel like everything I make, everything I put out there has to be the best I can do it at any one moment. This is not a sustainable approach to anything. This is really, really bad. And I don't know where this stems from, if it's like some kind of insecurity of like, oh, if I make something that's not as good as the splines video, that means I have failed. I have failed you, I have failed me, I have failed everybody. And the stuff that makes this especially toxic is that I would rather not finish a project and not release a project to the world than to release something that's slightly less than perfect. And that is a really, really bad trait of mine. And I don't know if it's like partially tied up into the fact that like, because I don't have a boss, everything I make is like a one-to-one reflection of myself in my mind. Nobody else thinks like this, like with regards to my project. This is only a me problem. But like, I feel this like super intrinsic connection to my work that I think is a problem. It's a huge problem. And especially because like if I actually did have a deadline, and if I was like financially in a place where I had to put a deadline on that, I think I would actually be able to do it. But because I'm like right on the line where I'm like, I'm making just enough to get by, that's when I kind of like, I stop trying to pursue getting more money and safety and projects released. I kind of just like in theory. So like in theory, I think I have the potential to grow into like a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel if I just actually did the stuff that I know would grow my channel to that point. I know exactly what I need to do to grow online, but I just can't do it for all of these reasons. The commitment issues. I struggle to like even finding a video editor. My perfectionism and my commitment issues, both of these play into this problem. Like letting go of control over like editing stream clips or whatever, that's really anxiety inducing. The idea that I need to send like rev share or like pay someone to do this work, that's scary. Like all of these things make me not want to do it. Because I'm afraid of committing. I'm afraid of conflicts. I'm afraid of being disappointed in usually myself. And all of these things are kind of preventing me from growing as an online creator, I suppose, or like making more money, because I'm really bad at making more money. But like the opportunity's there. Like I have, like I am super, super, super lucky to even have a YouTube channel of the size that I have. But like, I'm not taking advantage of it. I could make a ton of stuff and grow so much, but like, I'm just scared. And I have too many projects that I feel like I have to work on before anything like that. And then somehow this like perfectionism idea is like getting me bogged down into things I probably shouldn't spend too much time on. But like, yeah. And I feel like this is one of those, like, a lot of people, or I've heard people say that like, if you want to grow as a creator, delegation is like one of the most important things. And I am very bad at doing that. I guess like losing that amount, that control is scary to me. Yeah. Like for example, like for me, streaming is very easy. I don't feel a lot of stress or anxiety over streaming. I just do it whenever I feel like it, and it usually goes well, and it's not like a huge issue for me to stream. And I could have a video editor that just takes clips from my stream and uploads them to like a secondary YouTube channel. Like that's just money sitting there. And that's not even like me trying to extract money from my audience. That's literally it's a win-win-win-win. Everybody wins for doing that kind of thing. It's like, so a video editor would get money for doing this, which is nice, get paid to do some kind of work. I would get money from this because there's ad revenue coming in from that type of thing. YouTube would get money from this because they have, they take a share of the ad revenue. And my audience would be able to access more of my stuff, especially those who don't have time to watch the streams. Maybe they just want the highlights from the streams, like the most interesting stuff from every stream. It's literally like everybody wins. Like there's no downside to this, except I need to get over my anxiety. That's like it's just a me issue. And it's so frustrating because I know exactly what I need to do to grow. But it's so hard. And the moment things get difficult for me, I retreat. I just go into my own bubble. If any relationship with someone seems to become a bit more complicated, I just retreat from that relationship. And like that's always my response. I always just retreat. And then nothing happens, which is sad. And I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. I really don't. And like one of the problems is that like one of the solutions to this is usually that you want some kind of like external accountability, usually putting stress and a deadline from someone else. And that does work sometimes. That's how I get talks done for conferences. When there's a conference, that's a hard deadline. I can't not have a talk ready for the conference, right? And that does work. It does mean that I actually finish a talk for that event. But this is a really dangerous lever to pull for me because I've been burnt out twice. I don't even know if I've gotten out of my second burnout. I don't know if I ever will. And so like using the stressors is kind of a dangerous path to go down. But then if I don't do that, then how else am I supposed to like push myself to like release specific projects? I don't know. I don't really know. It's rough. Maybe I just need a bigger like social circles where like I have friends with expectations on me or something. But I'm not a super social person, so like that part is difficult for me. I don't know. Anyway, sorry for the long rant. I don't even know what the original question was. It was not the question about what animal would I get if I could have any any animal. You're like the CEO and employee at the same time? Yes, that's what self-employed usually means. What would you need to do? I presume that was about the video editing. Yeah, so like video editing in terms of like getting clips from the stream and having a like secondary channel or something to just like put up the highlights from every stream. I absolutely hate video editing. I like, it's just not interesting to me. I don't enjoy video editing. I love doing animations. I love doing research. I love like doing like visual stuff and the tool development, all of that stuff I really, really enjoy. I don't like video editing. And so like, it's an obvious thing that I should just delegate. I never guessed you're not a very social person because from the live streams it seemed like the opposite. Oh no, I can socialize. I'm able to do it. I just usually don't want to. That's usually the problem. And like the kind of relationship you have on stream is very, very different because this relationship is on my terms. Like I can leave whenever I want. Well, not always because it's kind of awkward to just like leave in the middle of something. But like it's an easy one to have because it's like like, yeah, it's two-sided, but it is on my terms whenever I stream, whenever I decide to do it, right? You wouldn't feel good delegating editing even if you knew the task would be in good hands? No, I think I would. No, I think I would feel fine with that. Then the bigger issue is like the commitment issue of like I can find a good video editor almost certainly, but it would take time to do that, and I would need to feel comfortable with whatever we decide should be the way that they should get paid for their work. And the commitment issues there can be a problem where like if you're like, oh, I want a rev share of this and that percentage, I'm like, I don't know what a reasonable rev share is. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. That seems complicated. I should probably look up what might be reasonable rates, or should it be like per video? And then I start overthinking it, and then I'm like, oh shit, I should work on like one of my other 10 projects, and like, okay, I'll think about that later, and then I think about it never again until it comes up again. But like, yeah. I have a question. Struggling with completely grasping scope, and I think I often run into scope creep. I try making smaller projects, but then I always develop into slowly realizing it might be too much to handle. Is there a way to truly understand if a particular game idea or project is too big a scope? Usually the solution to that is to always underscope. Because you can kind of, if you work in, like if you factor in the almost universal fact that you're going to add more stuff than you initially planned for, if you just factor that into your original idea, you can kind of mitigate some of that. So like when you start a project, like make your goals smaller than you think is even reasonable to release as a game. Of like, oh, this game seems like it might be fun, but like without multiplayer and without a level editor, is it really that good? It's like, yeah, maybe it will be. Like there's a ton of games that are released without those things that people love. And like if you start with a small scope that seems too small, even if you work on that game and it seems like the game doesn't have enough, you can always add more. Like it's not hard to add more to a game. Like there's like there's this saying that like games are never finished, you just stop working on them. And I think that's absolutely true. That if you just like start out with a smaller scope, then you will inevitably add more to it, and then you're probably going to reach a point that's a normal sized game. You just need to try to figure out like what is your factor there. If it's like a ×2 thing or a ×10 thing, or I don't know. Like one of the video projects that I've been wanting to do is a video about up vectors. And in my mind, I'm like, this video seems like it's going to be too small. Like, I don't know if it feels like it's not enough to talk about, but I'm pretty sure the moment I would start working on it properly, I would think of things to add. So I think it's a good place to start. But I don't know, might not be helpful for everybody. I never did finish that edit of your brother's playthrough I was going to do. Oh, that's totally fine. I mean, don't worry about it. That's how many years old at this point? You do not need to worry about that. But yeah, maybe I should put out, I should just make a form or something, like a video editor application form, and like post it across my social medias and also on stream, and just have people enter what kind of thing they would be looking for and whatnot, and then maybe it'll be easier to choose rather than like haphazardly asking like left and right once a week. I had this problem where I doom scroll social media and waste a ton of time. Okay, here's one thing that I did. First, I stopped using Twitter. I don't read Twitter anymore. I sometimes cross post to it, but I don't read Twitter. That was really helpful for me. So like, I noticed you don't link your Blue Sky account on Patreon. Oh yeah, I probably haven't updated that. Just because I'm bad at updating my pages. So like, for example, if you use Twitter and you have it on your phone, either just delete it from your phone or move the icon to like an annoying location on your home screen so that it's not where it's used to be and it's harder to get. You need to like go to a different page or something. That immediately will help. Obviously not using Twitter at all would be even better. So I switched to using Blue Sky primarily, and Blue Sky is less interesting. And that's kind of the point, because Twitter is too interesting. Twitter is designed to keep you in the feed forever and ever. And I hate that. I also had moments where I got stuck on Twitter for like an hour, and I'm like, okay, what was the point of this past hour? What have I learned about society? Like, did I really need to know about the 5th airstrike of this war that's happening? Like, not really. Like, I was completely fine before I knew about the 5th airstrike of some conflict somewhere. You really don't need to know about that every single day. And like, I especially noticed this when I went from, so after I'd used Blue Sky for like a year, I just went back to Twitter just to like see what was going on. And the contrast between Blue Sky and Twitter was wild. Like, I could feel my attention getting like sucked into Twitter. And I immediately saw like takes from people where I was like, oh my God, this fucking guy, I just want to reply to this one message because, like, Jesus Christ, how can, and this guy is a game developer? Like, well, what, this is so stupid. And I could feel myself starting to type that reply. And I'm like, wait, I did not care about this thing 15 seconds ago. And all of a sudden, I am angry at a person that I barely know. And then I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? And like, I didn't really notice that. Well, it's probably a combination of, I didn't really notice that when I was using Twitter a lot, and Twitter has gotten a lot worse since I used it. I think after Elon took it over, there's been many changes that were for the worse. And yeah, it's just a really, really bad place. So yeah, for that kind of stuff, Blue Sky is a lot better. I would say some people complain about how Blue Sky is a bit too boring, but I think that is kind of the point. Like, it's boring because it's not trying to extract every single piece of attention that you have left in your brain. And also because there's slightly less people there. But I think that's fine. I do wish more people switch to Blue Sky, but whatever. I'm mostly okay with it so far. But then there's also some people that are like, oh, but Blue Sky, that's just an echo chamber where like it's just like lefties all agreeing with each other, and I'm like, what do you do with most of your time on Twitter? Like, does your entire life revolve around political discourse? Like, is that most of your life? Because like, I'm not on Blue Sky, and I'm not even on Twitter in order to have political debates. Like, I'm not there to be like participating in a culture war. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, I just want to follow my game dev peers, see what's happening in the industry. I want to share my work and talk to other people who do like mathematics or stuff in tech art, or like see what other people are working on. Like it's like I don't get this like obsession that some people have that like your social media usage has to be a political battleground. And sometimes I feel like people who complain about Blue Sky, I feel like it's exactly the type of person who likes that toxic atmosphere. Like likes. They feel like they have to participate in that toxic atmosphere. And I don't know. It just feels kind of sad. like sure, if you're like a pundit or something, or you work in politics, like then it's a different thing, but like outside of that, I don't get it. Okay. What do you think about Itch? It's a good platform for game devs when only starts their journey. I don't know anything about the business side of releasing stuff on Itch, but I mean it's a good platform. I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. I feel like it's the most common one for especially for like game jams and smaller projects. Yeah, I haven't heard anything bad about Itch. I just think that Itch probably doesn't have as much of a mainstream appeal as Steam, but if you don't care about that, and if you're not like trying to maximize your business opportunities, then it's great. Yeah, why not? Thank you for posting cat pictures on Blue Sky. Oh, no worries. Okay, all right. Any other last thoughts before I head to bed? Oh yeah, how was viewership during the stream? Did people join? I think I closed every relevant tab that I was wanting to look at just now. Where's the YouTube thing? Oh, there it is. Okay, about the same as last time, I think. Okay. Yeah, of course I post cat videos. Like what? Where's my... There we go. Look at this guy. This right here, this is Salad. They're on Blue Sky, so I have accounts for all three of my boys. Where's... How do I get to... There we go. Look at this guy. Oh, you didn't get the audio. Hold on. There we go. This is Salad saying goodnight to y'all. That was probably really loud. Maybe it was loud. It looked like it would be loud. Look at these two, Gumpy and Salad. Gumpy doesn't have her own account yet, because I don't know if Gumpy is going to be able to stay with us, but we'll see. Oh Jesus, that was loud. Anyway, this was Salad after they had their fight. Salad wanted to play with Gumpy, but they weren't allowed to hang out after fighting. Salad's precious little meows. Salad playing with Gumpy. Anyway. Cats are cool. I agree. True. True facts about the cats. In fact, there's also a cat in my lap right now. He's been sitting here for like the past 20 minutes, if not more. Is this actually like a nice community? I would hope so. Or like, do you mean my stream chat? Or do you mean the community of cats? Or do you mean Blue Sky? Or I would hope that my community is a nice community. If people are not being nice, then I would probably try to moderate that and tell people to stop being rude. Okay. All right. Thank you all for joining. Do I hold on? Okay. If you want to join my Discord server and hang out with other game developers or technical artists and the math people, then feel free to join my Discord. You can hop in and hang out. If you wait, there's multiple chats. I forgot. Shit. Sorry. There we go. And if you want links to any of my other social media stuff, you can go to my website. It's just acegikmo.com. So that's where I have my Blue Sky, Twitter, which I don't really use anymore, YouTube, all that stuff. Otherwise, thank you all so much for joining. Even though this stream turned into chatting about cats for the last 15%, but that's okay, because we like cats around here. Say bye to Thor. This is Thor. Do you want to say something to stream? There you go. Bye bye. I think Thor says bye if he knew that all of you were here. Okay, old man. All right. Thanks for joining, everybody. The humble Giger counter, exactly. Wait, Geiger? Giger? I don't know. Who knows? Nobody knows. Thanks for joining, everybody. See you all next time. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be traveling for a bit. I'm gonna be in Belgium for the Geometric Algebra mini event. So if you want to join that, then I guess, oh no, wait, I do have the link. So if you happen to be near or in Belgium, then in a couple days I'm gonna be doing the keynote. I don't know if it's called a keynote, if it's just like the first talk, but it's not canonically a keynote. Whatever. I'm gonna do a talk about geometric algebra. So feel free to join if you're nearby. And oh, it's a free event too, apart from like travel. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for joining, everybody. See you all next time. Bye bye. Good night, etc., etc.